Scooby Man.
Okay.
CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show, so a heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you very much, patrons. This is CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, with your host, Mr. Gameplay Goodness himself, Stevie Stroud. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a very special episode of CoCoTALK. What's so special about it? Well, because we're here, we're live, and it's CoCoTALK. This happens to be one of the few times in history that CoCoTALK actually occurs on a leap year. So one of our host discussions will be favorite leap year memories today. I'm sure there are hundreds of those.
You have your leap year trees up yet?
Yeah, so prepare for a riveting 8-hour episode of...
Only the night before leap year and all through the house.
It's all right. We'll be okay. We'll have people handing us cups of water throughout the marathon show.
That is it. We are here. We are live. We are going to start the train wreck. The train has left the station. We've got live people in the live chat already. Let's say hi to who's in the live chat. Curtis Boyle and Rob Inman and Nimble and Ken Reichert of Can Make It, and Robert Murphy and Dave and Sharon are out there. Nick Baroda, Tom C saying, what's going on around here? All right, Rob Inman. All right, so thank you guys for being here already in the live stream. And on our panel today, we have a bevy of beauties. I'm going to start counterclockwise with the man who has made my head explode, but is no longer the primary reason why I rage quit this show. Please welcome everybody, Mr. James Diffendaffer. Hey, James, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
All right. If I was doing any better, my name would be David Ladd. Is everybody excited
today? We haven't had to restart the show yet.
Are we excited today, everybody? I can't even do it. All right.
Oh, my.
Speaking of exciting, we got John Lowry in the house. Hey, John, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for being here. Our backup streamer and just moral support, Mark Bosley's with us. Hey, Mark.
Hello. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad. From Canada, where weed is legal and he's a happy guy, it's L. Curtis Boyle.
Hey, you said bevy of beauties here, so I'm waiting to get to the bevy of uglies here before I was going to introduce myself. Hey, everyone.
Yes, from Arizona, Ron Delvo.
Hello, everybody.
And a man whose name is so nice, we must say it thrice. It's none other than Nick Baroda. How you doing today, Nick?
I'm doing really well, thank you.
All right.
February 29th is one of those shouldn't really be here kind of days. It feels like everything should just be like, I don't know, shut down or something.
Right. Well, there is the no meat and no alcohol challenge that takes place on the 30th and 31st of February.
Yes.
So who's taking place in that?
Anyone?
Yes. All right. We got the guy who streamed the show and kept the train on the rails last week. Rob Inman's here.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey,
Also from Arizona.
From Arizona. Ron Delvo's neighbor. Like Nick Morentis has got neighbors. Ron Delvo's got Rob Inman and Paul T. Barton in the house, right? From down under, the guy who says, "Oh, crocky!" It's Nick Morentis.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Good day, and welcome to the show, Nick.
Good day.
Good day. He was here last week. He's not with us all the time, but we're glad he's here today. You're going to have to unmute yourself to respond to me. But Gary Wilkerson is here. Hey, Gary. How are you, Gary? Going once, going
I'm
twice?
doing good. How are you doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. We got a guy who is most famously known for saying,
Stop right there.
"It's Jason Reichert."
Yes, and many other poorly voice acted lines
Voiceover act.
available
one.
now.
That's right. Get your copy of Coco Forever today. Rob Inman's there saying, are there any Facebookers out there? Testies. If you're on the Book of Face, if you're on Bookie McFacebook, then shout out and say hello. We got Brian, the Music Man Shoebring with us. Hello, Brian. Yes, I believe that needed a little Vincent Price to go with it. Thank you there.
Of course.
There's
Get a
always
little
room
more
for
class
Vincent
to this
A
joint.
little more class.
Sorry, we're out of time.
Basically, when Brian Shoebring plays music, it's like spraying some aerosol after you've already ruined the toilet bowl. It doesn't really change the fact. You know what I mean? It's just kind of masquerading that. So, but thanks for doing that, Brian. All right, we are here. It is leap year. So why don't we start off with our favorite leap year memories? Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll tell you, my new boss, her husband was born on a leap year, so he's celebrating his 9th birthday today.
I've got twin cousins who are twins that were born on a leap year, and they're like 20, 30 something. They're adults, but yeah, they're leap year babies.
Yeah, my cousin's girlfriend was born on leap year too, so I think she's what, 5?
Oh wow, yeah, right. 5.
So exactly how? What day do they? When it's not leap year, what day do they celebrate their birthday?
Probably the next closest available day.
Whenever they
February
want.
28th or March 1st.
It's kind of like Price is Right, the closest you can get without going over. I think I'm not sure. So that's a great
Interesting
question.
thing about a leap year is every 400 years they skip a leap day, which they last did in the year 2000.
Yep.
Paul
So it's
Fiscarelli's out there. Paul Shoemaker has joined us. Hey, Paul, how are you?
Hey, guys.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Welcome. So I do want to throw out a quick announcement too, to not only to the members of the panel. We did put this in Discord, and we did kind of plug Discord a little bit last week. So yay Discord. We are coming up in March. We'll be coming up on the 3rd anniversary of CoCoTALK. Can you believe it? The train has been on the station for that long.
We're completely underwhelmed there. So yeah.
Longest
seems so
train
much
wreck
longer.
in history.
Yes.
Yes.
Please, everyone, hold your enthusiasm till the end.
Yes.
And it
Yay.
shows the way the show went so smoothly last week.
So what I want to do, we haven't finalized the schedule, so I'm throwing this out as the FYI, save the date. We're going to create the date, but I want to record a special celebration, 3-year celebration of CoCoTALK that will not be live, but we'll get together, we'll record it, and we'll make a DVD this year for CoCoFest. So it'll be a special episode that you can get at CoCoFest and get online, where we'll just be talking about the past 3 years, our favorite memories. I'm going to put together like all of the various bits and clips as bonus content, so you'll be able to play all the cool CoCoTALK commercials and stuff at home. You have some exclusive content, some bonus content, and I thought that was kind of a neat idea. So obviously the invitation is open to all of our usual suspects who are always on the panel, but the invitation is always open too, especially if you're not on the panel all the time. We would love to have some new blood. So if you are if you like CoCoTALK and you want to help us celebrate, let us know. Either send us a message in Discord in the CoCoTALK lobby, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live and let us know you want to be on it. And once we have the date and time finalized, it's not going to be live, so we can pick a time that will work, for the majority of us to record this. And I think it'll be fun, right? So that's just a little announcement there. What is it, March 19th, I think, is when we started this. March 27th, I don't know. It was sometime in March on 2017 is when we started this train wreck. And so we'll be celebrating 3 years of that. So yay us, right? Nick, don't hurt yourself patting yourself on the back there. Yeah, so. And as you all know, the show was nothing before Nick Marotta got here. He really raised the bar. So
As you could tell last week.
yes. Now,
Yeah, well, these Canadians are still coming here and taking our American CoCoTALK jobs.
absolutely.
The bar-
Damn foreigners.
bar was so high, I
Somebody's got to
almost
class
tripped
up the
over it.
joint. That's all I got to say. So.
I'm a day laborer hanging out at Tim Hortons waiting for people to come by in their trucks and look for people to.
Right.
Do you take payment in Timbits?
Yes.
Let's talk about CoCoFest here for just a minute because we are counting down the weeks. And so we're going to go ahead and just remind you guys on a weekly basis that our annual migration, our annual retreat of CoCoFest, which you can find out all the information you need to know at glensideccc.com. But so CoCoFest this year is going to take place on April 18th and 19th at the Holiday Inn Elk Grove Village in Illinois.
And that is a new location this year.
It is a new, bigger venue. So if you want to find out about Glenside, the Color Computer Club that's been keeping the Tandy Flame alive now for 29 years, if you can believe that. This year, not only is the 29th annual Last Chicago CoCoFest, but it is also the 40th anniversary of the Color Computer. So that will hopefully give us a reason to want to celebrate even more. So
And OS9.
And OS9 as well. Listen, You derailed the train there. Sorry. Now, how do you register for CoCoFest if you want to attend? You will go to TandyList, tandylist.com. And here you can see right now who already has tables. And this is pretty nice. They have set up, this is using technology, which shockingly, it's not something you don't expect Glenside to do. But they're using technology here. They use this thing called the interweb. And this Tandy List website, this is the exhibit area, which is more huger than it's been in the past 4 or 5 years that I've been there. So we've got something like 62 exhibitor tables. And this is the layout of the area. And then this is who's got a table right now. So, and Eric Canales, the current president of Glenside, he's got a couple tables. David Ladd's going to be there. Dave's Hobbies. Boyson Technology, that's Richard Lorbieski. He's going to be there for a handful of tables, not only probably providing products, but possibly doing upgrades and repairs. Then we have Retro Innovations, Jim and Bell Brain. Jim does the retro stuff. Bell Brain does the jewelry and the baked goods. So you make sure you want to check those out. Windeck Systems, that's Polly Walnuts Fiscarelli. I believe Polly's also, we're going to get into who our speakers are, I think, here in a minute. Where is the list of speakers? I forgot. It's somewhere around here, right? And then so we have John Mark Mobley is going to be there. We got Evan Wright, legendary game designer. Rick Adams has got a table. This is Carlos Camacho, the Color Computer Store. He's got a table. The Freak Show Telephone Company. I can't remember her name, but she's in the Glenside group. So this is a woman and her husband. Was it Tristan Bouchard or something, I think is her name. So her and her husband are going to do a demonstration where they've got analog phones where they can you can call and modem from one CoCo to another. So that's pretty cool, right? Scott Wendt, that's our friend Malfunct. So you can see Scott. Mark Marlette of Cloud9 Technologies will be here, and Mark has all kinds of cool things for sale, and he does repairs and upgrades, and he's got parts like memory boards and all kinds of goodies, so you want to check that out. Retro Tinker, that's John Linville. John will most likely have some of his game cartridges, and who knows what else he'll be teasing. Ron Klein and Brett Gordon will be sharing a table. So Brett Gordon's the guy behind Fuzix and Yados. Ron Klein's the guy behind Cocoa Pie. MDO, that is our own Apple guy, Mark D. Overholzer Consulting. So Mark will be providing real-time consultations at CoCoFest, whatever you need. Mark will provide that for you.
Does he ever offer mental health services for the CoCoTALK people too?
He might. That is greatly needed. Speaking of retro innovations, so wait a second.
Hey, it's that Commodore guy. Somebody call security.
Yeah, so Jim Brain has joined us in the panel. So Pi Drivewire, that's our friend Mikey. Michael Furman's going to be there. For those of you who really want to slow down your CoCo, you might want to check out the Nitrous 9 EOU booth. And this is Terry Steggy and the Tandy Shack's going to be there. CoCoTALK, I've reserved 4 tables. I don't need 4 tables, so these are going to be in case
That's
of
to hold your
emergency.
ego.
Hold my ego. Yeah.
Ostentatious.
We'll get a life-size air balloon of Nick Marota's head. That'll take up all that space. So, DeBruce Moore is going to be there. I think DeBruce Moore has got a new project he's going to tease or unveil to us this week. Ron Klein and Brett Gordon, I mentioned them. Did I mention them twice? Are they somewhere else? They are. They're 55 and 56, so they got 2 tables. R&B Computers. I'm not sure who that is. Lost Wizard Enterprises, that's William Astle. Coco VGA, that's Brendan Donahue. I'm not sure who NCS Inc. is or Zytec, but they're going to be there. The Coco Brothers, that is Paul Thayer and Tim Thayer. They were there last year too. Coco Man and Ken Reichard will be there. Bargeman Research. Strongware, that's our good friend John Strong. Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire, Gray Lady, and the inspiration behind Nightmare High will be there. BDS Software. Brian, you only have 1 table, Brian? You going to be able to fit all of your mountains of music in one spot?
It's a larger table to begin with.
Okay.
So
Brian, the music man. Okay, this is most likely Boise, Coco Call for Papers. Here's 2 more tables for Cloud9 and 1 more table for Retro Tinker. So the way these numbers are don't quite match that. So Cloud9, I was thinking, man, Cloud9's only got 2 tables? That's kind of tight. So yeah, Cloud9's here. But anyways, this is the map. You can go to tandylist.com. You can check that out. You can reserve for CoCoFEST. You can go ahead and book your hotel. There's links to book your hotel there. Somewhere was also a list of speaking. I don't remember who's speaking, but here is the people who have mentioned or have given their permission to have their name publicly listed. So these will be some of the attendees. So we got Rick Adams, Chuck Allison. We met Chuck at VCF Midwest this year too, I think, or was it last year? Time flies, right? William Astle, Neil Blanchard, L. Curtis Boyle, Carlos Camacho, Eric Canales, Richard Chrislip, Brendan Donahue, Paul Fiscarelli, Michael Furman, Chris Hawks and his wife Nancy Ellen Hawks, Rob Inman, Antonio Jimenez. That's my neighbor. Antonio's in Tampa, so he's not far. M. David Johnson, Ron Klein, John Lowry, Blair Ledoux. Oh, Blair's going to be there. Grant Leedy, John W. Linville, Richard Lorbieski, Mark Marlette, Mark Martin with guest John Mark Mobley, DeBruce Moore and Jacob Moore, Jim O'Keefe, Mark D. Lee Perkins, and Tony Pedraza, John A. Pedraza, Jason Reichard, Brian Schubring, Carlton Sefik. Is that how I pronounce his name? Terry Steen. You can read it, right? You guys can read that, right? John Strong, Steve Strobridge, Paul Thayer, Stefan Topolsky with guests, Randy Weaver with guests, Scott Allen Went, Sandy Weimer. That's Mark Marlette's significant other, Evan Wright. So the list goes on and on and on.
Hey, what about the Hawaiian Coco National Band? Will they be there? The rock group?
That's a great question. We'll have to find out. But as you can see here, it's really shaping up. And there was another link which I can't find on who some of the speakers are. So I don't remember where that link is, but I know we do have Paul Fiscarelli is going to be giving a presentation on disc preservation and disc imaging and things like that. I think he gave a similar talk at Tandy Assembly recently. I think Rick Adams is going to be giving a talk on his newest project, Temple of Rom 2. So as more speakers are made available, we will share that with you. But I thought, since we're talking about CoCoFEST, a lot of us here have been there before, and some of us will be going for our first time. What can we tell the folks at home right now to make them get off the fence and get their butts out to CoCoFEST? How about we start with legendary operating system co-creator L. Curtis Boyle. What can you tell us about CoCoFEST?
Well, you get to see everybody in person, which is probably the most important thing.
We want to inspire people to come, so don't say that.
Okay, you don't have to see me in person, but well, it's a good chance to see like some new products. You'll get some previews of products that aren't even ready yet. You'll get some products that have been kind of held off until, so it's like a show special type thing. Right. You can get products that are cheaper than you could normally get, ordering online.
Right.
There's the seminars that you'll be able to figure out or find experiences from people and programming tips and hardware tips, and everything else, and just general discussions. There's a camaraderie thing with the supper on Saturday night where everybody can get together, and we usually have a couple other ones after the shows and stuff on each day. But mainly for me, it's the meeting the people face to face. That's the part I like the best.
Right. Who else wants to chime in on why we should be coming to CoCoFest?
Well, you can get some good ideas. I know Brian Weasler had a question about something that I was helping him with last year, and Paul Thayer was running around with Simon Jonason, collaborating on some coding stuff. It's just a way to kind of ask those questions that are otherwise you have going back and forth on Facebook, and it's just not the same thing. So come on down.
Yeah, come on down. And Round Delvo, you were there a couple years ago. Did you enjoy yourself at CoCoFest?
I was there last year and the year before.
Yeah.
It was great. Yeah. Meeting all celebrities here on this show was
we use the term celebrities very, very loosely.
Extremely loosely.
Yeah, it was great. You got to actually meet them and shake hands and get to know a little bit more of what they're like and eat with them. And
yeah,
I enjoyed meeting the celebrities and also Jim Brain.
Oh, that's some Jim Brain style trolling right there.
Yeah, right. Indeed.
Yes.
It's our meet space get together.
Yeah. Have you been before, John Lowry?
Not to CoCoFest. This will be my first CoCoFest. I did meet a few people at the first Tandy Assembly. Tandy Assembly.
Okay, I was there, so I probably met you, but I didn't really know you. And forgive me for being honest, but I don't remember meeting you there. But there were so many people there, so yeah.
I remember talking to you. It was like right on the last day.
Okay.
Right as I was getting ready to leave, you stopped and introduced yourself to me, and I introduced myself back.
Okay.
And but you were busy, filming a lot of stuff and running around all weekend, so
it was crazy.
I didn't really get a lot of time to talk to you. I'm sure we'll talk a lot.
I hope so.
More than we did down Tandy Assembly.
Yeah. Paul Shoemaker, will you be coming this year?
I think so. I think right after this, I'm going to get it all situated and booked. I've never been to one. I went to the Tandy Assembly a couple years ago, probably the same one, John, you were talking about, but this will be my first CoCoFest for sure.
Yeah, Tandy Assembly is a great event, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of a mixed bag of systems, and that's not a bad thing. It's kind of like a VCF or anything else. It's a mixed bag. It's great to see other things, but CoCoFest is all about the Coco. And it's quite amazing that Glenside has been able to keep this event going for 29 years. They picked up the ball when Rainbow Fest stopped. They had when Rainbow Fest had the last Rainbow Fest, they're like, well, let's have one more last Rainbow Fest. That's how kind of CoCoFest got started. They called it the last CoCoFest. And for 29 years now, it's still been going. And that's no easy task to keep doing. And the awareness and the attendance and the excitement and the the electricity of it has grown these past 5 years now because of people being made more aware of it. I became aware of it when the Coco crew started talking about it. They got me interested in coming. And so CoCoTALK. So I went to, 2016 was my first CoCoFest. CoCoTALK ironically started because we were excited about the 2017 CoCoFest. So the few weeks leading up to that, we're like, well, let's get together. Let's talk about what we're excited about. Kind of like, the Christmas jitters. Like, oh, what do you hope Santa's going to bring you this year? What do we hope we see at CoCoFest this year? So that was kind of the catalyst that started this show. Little did we know we'd still be doing this. But it's amazing when you think about it, that you get these people that get together. It's kind of like a Comic-Con. It's kind of like our Lollapalooza. This is our Woodstock. This is our once a year thing to get together and just have, free love with the Coco, man. Just don't eat the brown acid, man. So, Brian, the music man, you've attended a event or two in the past 18 or so years. What can you tell us that would make us want to come out and see CoCoFest this year?
One word: family.
Family. When you're here, it's like Olive Garden. Yeah, it's like Olive Garden for coconuts. When you're here, you're family.
Yep.
Right?
So. No, I was pretty much on it from about the second Chicago CoCoFest. On, and I've been almost every time. And after a few is when I started doing the music. So I actually started doing the music using a couple of old speakers and an auto post amp to boost the audio out of a small amplifier I had. That's what I started with originally. And what was it? An FB10? No, that was my TG33 that I had. And, just starting from there, and now I'm where I'm at now. But family is the big thing. Obviously some of the family has gone by the side, and, they've passed on, or they got involved in other things. But that's the key thing. That's always the thing that, Tony and other past presidents have always focused on, because it was always the community. It wasn't about just a computer. Right. It was about the community and supporting one another. And in a way, kind of like that instant gratification of, hey, let's talk to my neighbors, see what they says. Why doesn't this particular version of OS9 work? Okay, Curtis, fix it.
Right.
Hey, Uncle Brian, do you still have your original Coco?
The repatched Coco is still in the case, but it's not working. I do have my original Coco 2 right here in front of me. I actually cracked the case for the first time last night, because I'm getting the Coco VGA for it, and I just ordered another Coco SDC so I can have my Coco 2 also instant down, shall we say, and hooked up to VGA monitor rather than a regular TV.
Nice.
Well, John Strong.
That's all you'll need.
John Strong has been to probably a Rainbow Fest or CoCoFest or two in his limited days. He's still a spring chicken, but in his short time on this planet, John's probably been to a fest or two, right, John?
Oh yeah, I've been to quite a few. Missed a few more than I wanted to, but been to, life gets in the way.
Yeah.
If I'm getting ready to go to the show on the day of the show, run a fever, and say I'm not going to take this to my friends,
sure.
and staying home, I've had that happen.
Well, speaking of John Strong and coming to CoCoFest, this is the cool custom joystick I got from you last year. So that's one reason to come out, right? To get custom hardware, prototypes, and products that are not always readily available, right? And so you talked about this on our show last year. You brought some out to the fest, just like David brought some of his prototype PS2 mouse adapters and stuff. So when people are working on stuff, you get to see it in person. We got to see the Gimme X last year, although you had to look really hard to find it accidentally. But the Gimme X was there last year. It was really cool, right?
John Strong has games too.
John Strong has games, right? So the Strongware library software will hopefully be available.
Yeah, there'll be some software available. There will most likely be at least a demo of a game that you guys haven't seen yet.
Ooh.
Okay, it may not be completed. I've been working on it, but I shared to a few select persons some of the graphics. Curtis is one of them, and so I think he may recognize what it is a duplicate of.
Okay.
Yep. I did ask him to keep quiet because,
Well, that was your first mistake.
Yeah, well.
You know what Curtis said to me just the other day?
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that alt reality OS9 module?
The guy just can't shut up.
Can you tell Stevie has a new toy?
It hasn't blue screened yet. I'll give him credit for that.
Right. So, yeah, but it was a pleasure meeting you, John, because I had not really known you that well prior to that. There are certain people you got to know a little bit through Facebook or the mailing list. So I remember my first CoCoFest was really, I wouldn't say overwhelming. I didn't know what to expect. It wasn't like I didn't have a panic attack or anxiety, but I didn't know what to expect, right? I didn't know how to behave. So I didn't go out of my way to be overtly social, but I did get to meet people regardless. And so it was cool. Definitely cool to meet Curtis, because at that time, Curtis and I only knew each other through Skype and collaborating on a few things. So I got to meet Curtis for the first time, and everybody.
I know you've regretted it ever since, but it was nice the first time. So.
And it's weird.
You got to go back and watch those, because Curtis and Stevie are so polite.
So here's
to
the
each
thing.
other.
Here, like when you kind of sort of think you know somebody, because we live in a time now where it's not uncommon to have online friends that you may or may not ever meet in person, right? I've got gaming buddies that I play with games on and stuff, and so you got it's a weird time now where we have real friends that are just somewhere else that we may never meet in person. When you do meet them, what is the expectation versus reality? I know most of you are probably disappointed when you met me, but when you meet somebody in person, was there ever anything like I remember when I was at the first Tandy Assembly, Jason Lee Cyril or Jay Cyril, who's working on that project now, and he's a pretty big guy too. Jay Cyril probably stands an inch or two taller than me. He saw me. He goes, You look so much smaller on the internet. He's like, you look bigger than I thought you were going to be. So did anybody meet anybody and had any weird like reality versus imagination expectation things go on?
The first time I met Chris Hawks, and that was back in Rainbow Fest days, he was quite taller than I was expecting.
Yeah. Simon Jonason is too. Simon is a very tall, thin, foreboding. Not that he seems menacing, but he stands out, right? He's a very prominent looking person just because of his size and stature, So that was interesting.
Who was the guy that made the Farfall game? What's his name?
John Linville.
Yes, when I saw him at the fest a couple years ago, he looked nothing like the picture.
Oh,
that
really?
was one thing different. Yeah, I didn't even know he was there.
I recognized him at. He was one of the few people that I actually recognized because I had seen some videos that Alan Huffman had done.
Yeah.
And John had appeared in those, so I recognized John from that. And I just wasn't into the community that much, and it wasn't part of the Facebook group or anything like that. So I didn't know what a lot of people looked like, but I did know what John looked like. And I saw him there. I recognized him right away.
Is he still active? I hadn't seen much.
Oh, yeah.
From him.
No,
Okay.
he's at every CoCoFest. He's at almost every Tandy Assembly. I think
Coco Crew podcast still comes out monthly too.
Which I think just dropped today.
Has he been posted much on Facebook lately? I guess that's where I haven't seen the activity.
Yeah, he's been putting up some hardware stuff. He's preparing for the fest. Actually,
yeah, he's got some project he's gonna reveal at the fest. They're running the Coco Challenge where they're trying to get people to do projects to win a prize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're out there. Speaking of CoCoFest, Alan Huffman's in the live chat. Alan Huffman was definitely an interesting and rewarding character to meet in person.
Especially at the auction.
Yeah. That to me, listen, there's family, there's friends, there's food, there's Cocos, there's retro gear, there's the presentations, there's the talks, but the auction, it's like the penny stock version of eBay, right? Anything you could ever want is there, and you can get it really cheap, and it's an auction, and it's fun, right? So the auction is very animated. It's a lively time, and but if you fly in and you bought a CM8, you might have a challenge getting it home, right, on the plane. So plan accordingly, right? But you can get some really cool stuff at that auction for really cheap, right? So that's another cool event, just to see cool, rare things. Was it last year that I drove? And I got a really nice mint condition silver Coco one with that HJL keyboard, that really nice high quality keyboard. And I think I got it for like $65 in the auction, which was ridiculously cheap for what all that stuff would have gone for, right?
Now, didn't somebody going to this CoCoFest last year pick up a piece of furniture?
That I believe Terry Steen did, yes. And by the way, when we take our first commercial break, it hasn't been 45 minutes, so we're used to a 45-minute introduction to the show. But when we take our first commercial break, we have a brand new Coco Thoughts for you this week, and we have a brand new special premiere CoCoFest edition of Nightmare Highway commercial that will be dropping today as well. Jim Brain, go ahead, Nick Marotta.
That couch last year was a door crasher special.
Yeah, that definitely was. Jim Brain from Retro Innovations.
Hey, it's that Commodore guy. Somebody call security.
You've been to a CoCoFest or two. Is there anything you want to share with your memories, good, bad, or indifferent?
Oh, I think one of the things that's nice for me is to see the resurgence in the hobby. So first few that I came to was it was interesting to see the familial perspective there, but in the last few shows, definitely seeing the increased number of, attendees, vendors, exhibitors, and so forth. And then, of course, the projects have become much more plentiful and whatnot. So that's always nice. And of course, this year we're at a larger venue, which is always a good sign. So I think it's nice to see that progression of people rediscovering the platform.
Absolutely.
And progression of growth.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did want to mention too, like one other person that was a little bit different in person than I was expecting was Nick Marentes, because we met at PenFest 2000 when he flew in. And he didn't look much different than I was expecting, but I found out in person I could barely understand a word he was saying. So.
Well, you weren't standing on your head. That's why it was confusing.
Yeah.
You couldn't hear him because that mullet was clogging your ears, Curtis. So
Probably was, yeah. It was my built-in earmuffs at the time. So
yeah. Nick Marentes, you were at PenFest 99 and 2000, right?
Yeah, I pretty well organized PenFest 2000.
Yeah. And PenFest, which I did not make, but I know Curtis was there and Jason Reichert was there. One of probably the most photographed and videoed event in the history of the CoCo. And it's
20th anniversary of the CoCo.
Yeah,
at that time
20th
too.
anniversary of the CoCo, and there's a video of that on your Popstar CD too. So what were your? I know this is not exactly CoCoFest, but it's still a CoCo type fest event.
It's a fest.
What were your memories and takeaways from that event?
That was quite good. I mean, being on the other side of the world and you're hearing and of all these people, all these CoCo stars from the other side of the world, what you read about in Rainbow, it was good to see the faces, the real people there. So yeah, that was memorable.
Yeah, Nick, I was going to ask you actually, because you and John Kowalski, Sockmaster, collaborated by that point, or had started collaborating like for Gatecrasher and stuff. And what was it like for you meeting him in person for the first time?
Oh, that was great. Yeah, no, he's
and he was
one
like
of my
12
heroes.
years old at that event, wasn't he? When
I
look at videos of Sockmaster, he looks like he was like 12 or 15 years old.
Well,
or something.
He had his son there actually.
Yeah.
So.
His wife and his son was there. So.
Oh yeah, he looked really young. And not that he looks old now, but yeah, he's got some immortal gene to him. So,
yeah, but that was good talking with who I consider to be the actual god of the CoCo as far as programming.
We're
yeah, John is definitely.
Well, Chet Simpson's here now too, so
I went to the '84 Rainbow Fest and. I met Lonnie Falk.
Oh, wow.
And I was wondering who else has gone to an early Rainbow Fest earlier than maybe I did?
I have. I met Lonnie Falk too. Actually, we were supposed to be doing an article for him, but we never completed it, unfortunately, because of work commitments.
Yeah, I've met Lonnie. I met Del Puckett and a bunch of the crew of people there. Marty Goodman. In fact, my games were first released in probably about the last CoCoFEST. Okay. And my publisher was afraid to let me give some of my software to them that they were selling. He says, no, Marty will like it. And so I took and gave him the copies. And later, to our surprise, in one of his response back to somebody asking how to copy the Tetris cartridge to disk, he mentioned Soviet block and said, why would you want to copy when you have one that works so, Tetris version that works so well? Okay, basically was the short version of that. And so that was kind of a really nice thing. There's been a lot of things going on from one of the CoCoFest, one of the early ones. I don't, it wasn't the first one, maybe the second one. We were still down in the downtown Chicago area, at least what I'd call downtown, not downtown, but more in the town. In the suburbs, we actually had the hotel had a fire alarm go off in the middle of the night, and one of the guys who came with us, a friend of ours who went to church with us and such, when he got up in the morning, thought he had dreamt it because he was so still asleep. We had to get out and evacuate the hotel. Wow. Alan Huffman was a very interesting first meet, and that was in Atlanta CoCoFest. And he was a sysop on Delphi at the time. Very outgoing, very enthusiastic talking person, much more than I am. And so we meet there at the show, and he's going around and introducing a few people and going around because I've never been to the Atlanta Fest, CoCoFEST before. And he's talking to somebody and says, oh, I got this guy that does real good software. You got to meet him and so on. And I'm like, well, okay, going to meet somebody new, cool. And then I realized he was talking about me. And so, but there's been a lot of experiences of things happening, and, from a guy from Europe coming to the hotel room and working on some OSK software way late in the night to see if it was going to run on my MM1, to just a lot of different things. Giving a wake to my Coco because it died at the fest, complete with appearance by Brother Jeremy.
The Lost Rights.
Yeah. Okay. And so we've had a lot of different things going on in the CoCoFEST. It is a community, as a group, but always with this common thread of, hey, I may not agree with your politics or or anything like that. We come together and all that's put aside and we're friends. We may not see you for next to another year, but
Well,
that's fine.
True. John, you and I shared some time together for a while, didn't we?
Yes.
Talking. Yeah, it was good.
And, even, sometimes you get talking about things not Coco. And,
oh, yeah.
I've had some talks, very interesting off Coco topic talks with people. And, even people who I drastically disagree with, but both hearing their sides and point of view very civilly. Okay. And so it's always a kind of interesting show. PenFest, yes, actually was able to take my wife to the 2000 PenFest. So that was one of her first CoCoFest of any sort. And so I made it a couple PenFest, at least 2 Atlanta Fest.
It's a lot of fests.
Yeah, Kevin Darling is a very interesting person to meet.
Steve Bjork. I met Steve Bjork in '84 when he was a youngster.
Yeah, Steve is Steve. Okay. And that's not an insult. I'm a unique person, and if somebody's a unique person, that's not a problem with me.
Speaking of unique persons, Alan Huffman just joined us.
Hey, Alan.
Well, the topic is keeping me from doing the thing that I paid $80 to do today. So thanks a lot, guys.
Sorry.
Hey,
we're sorry.
Like my wife say, we're worth it.
Send the money over here.
All right, so Alan, you've been to a fest or two, and we're specifically trying to give people some examples and reasons and motivations to come to CoCoFEST. So what could you convey?
Well, see, when I got started, we were trying to put ads in Rainbow Magazine to start a software company, and it was actually Dave Myers who did the first 1990 CoCoFEST. He said, you ought to go to the show I'm doing and try to sell your stuff. And I'd read about Rainbow Fests every year in the Rainbow Magazine. So I was always very envious of the fact that you could go there and you could meet these people that you saw on the title screens, and you'd get to see stuff that sometimes didn't even get released. There was always stories and articles and people and things. And so it was a wonderful thing. I got very hooked and went to pretty much all of them. It was only in the later years that I started missing events, but I went to them, and there was one in Iowa, there was Pennsylvania, there was Atlanta, there was Chicago. I was going to all of them. Nowadays, it's the only place you can go to really hang out with people that know what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Back then, we still had Radio Shacks. You could walk into a Radio Shack and maybe somebody there knew about it. There might be a few more people in town. But the thing that I like about the continuing of them these days is it's the one place where I can go and I can just see all this stuff that actually relates to an interest I have. And that does not exist, as far as I know, probably within, an hour or two or anywhere from where I live. I can't think of another color computer owner here in town that I could meet up with. I'd have to talk to David Ladd a couple hours away in Omaha or something like that.
And God help you if you did. So
yeah. So it's the exposure of all this stuff.
I can hear it now. Hello, Adam. How are you?
Are you excited to talk about Coco?
Hey, Alan, it's cool that you have that romper room circle thing there in front of you.
Oh yeah. The
mirror, magic mirror.
I see
not the
Kenny,
rubber stoppers. Those were the things you walked
I see
on.
Curtis and I see John and Paul.
She never saw me. I was so disappointed.
But Alan and some of the others did some facial things. It was always kind of seeing, well, is Alan's going to show up with his towel? Is Chris Hawk's going to be in his bathrobe? In the bathrobe. And Chris Hawk's in his lab coat.
Yeah.
And in all his vest, badges hanging down it to, more than you want to count.
Oh,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Alan and I felt honored the year that they put us on the official T-shirt for the show.
Oh wow!
Okay, and I still kind of prize that. Still feel honored that they chose to include the vendors on the official shirt, and Hawksoft was on it. I know Sabitha Stronger was on it.
That's what's cool when you go to CoCoFEST. You walk in the room, and not only are there hundreds, it seems like, of Cocos laid out everywhere, but there's actual signs on the wall that say OS9 or various vendors, and there's people walking around
really
talking about Cocos.
It legitimizes the crazy obsession we have with being in this hobby.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed I wasn't able to give a booth by the wall so I could put some stuff up this year.
So in the live chat, Jeremy Landry says, I tried to go to CoCoFEST, but ended up at a convention that was centered around hot cocoa. I think I made the wrong turn at Albuquerque.
It's a left, you take it Albuquerque.
Yeah. And then
it could have been that other convention about the Disney movie.
Yes. And then Robert Murphy
Somebody told me, you go left and
let's split up. I'll go left. Yeah.
I actually have a story related to that. I was at a Rainbow Fest. And somebody showed at the door at that time, what was it? The Compact, called one of their computers Rainbow. Somebody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they were looking for that and was very disappointed and quite vocal at the Rainbow Fest that it was not for that particular computer.
Well,
here's
why you're wrong, and come enjoy the cocoa. And then Robert Murphy says, the place you can go where people understand what you're talking about. That's about the best ad for why to go to CoCoFEST, right? That's your takeaway right there, right?
Absolutely. Like being at an event like PenFest, that was the first back in '99. That was the first type of event like that I had been to, and like, wow, there's all these other people that have the Coco. That was brand new for me, and got to meet Nick and Alan and Curtis. Can't forget Curtis and all that fun. Well, I can, but who can forget that mullet, really? I was really, I went 99 and 2000. It was really practically in my backyard. It was really close because I hadn't been able to make it to an Atlanta Fest. I wasn't able to make it out to Penn Fest when it was out in Harrisburg. But when it came to Pittsburgh, I was like, I got to go to this. And then I was hooked. And then I was so disappointed when it ended after 2000. And 2 years ago, made it out to CoCoFEST, and it was you have to recapture some of that magic, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to making the trek out to Chicago and regretting why I didn't do it sooner. So that's right. That I feel very fortunate. It's not that far. It's like an 8-hour drive. That's really not that far compared to other folks like Curtis that drive crazy amount.
William Astle does 30 some odd hours straight.
Yeah,
it's just 22 for me.
Okay.
So.
Oh, wow, yeah. Still, that's a crazy amount of time to drive for me anyway. But and it is a lot of fun. And just remember, maybe this may be encouragement or discouragement for some people, but meeting David Ladd, there's a moment.
David Ladd.
What a fella. I mean, meet David Ladd.
We have some unique characters in the Coco community. I will say that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We know what David said to me when I first met him.
Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
And, I'm planning on bringing David some Diet Dr. Pepper, and he always...
with or without water?
I'll just, he has to get his own water. If he wants to make a Diet Dr. Pepper, half and half, that's up to him. But
Alan Huffman, what did you bring?
I always try to bring Jolt Cola when I can get my hands on it.
That was good stuff. That we were auctioning that stuff off. Oh man.
Yeah, well, it went on clearance at Dollar General, and they didn't have any, so it may be gone from Dollar General. There's a lot of times you get opportunities at these festivals that are just related with the location that you are, so it's a good excuse to take a road trip. And in the early days, I would always try to go to Hard Rock Cafe at night, or there's other reasons.
We went to Galloping Ghost when we were at BCF Midwest.
Yeah, and so there's a lot more to it. But what I'm finding these days, even more so than in the late 90s, is there's always so many conversations to get pulled into. Yeah. And it's become more of a social gathering where there's just more, like here at CoCoTALK, it's a really nice way to communicate with everyone and have this bonding, but it's no substitute, because here we're kind of laser focused on the people in front of us, what's on the screen, and a scrolling chat window.
Right.
And at a festival, there might be 8 or 9 simultaneous things going on right around you, where people are testing things, trying to write something, explaining how they did something, or planning a trip to the arcade,
or selling something really cheap.
It's hard to explain that.
Yeah,
the festival is it's a whole different experience than just chatting with somebody or even this video conference.
Right. It's 2 days of magic.
And there's things that just can't happen there, Alan. If you would be the better person to tell the story, but when the chemist from Coca-Cola brought you the special brew of Coke.
Ken Reichert says nothing about CoCoTALK is laser focused.
He's true. He's very right.
That's exactly the thing I was thinking about, John.
What happened to Coca-Cola?
There was a chemist that worked for the Coca-Cola company, and because of my Jolt obsession, one time I may or may not have had a very special batch of unlabeled bottles with hyper sugar, hyper caffeine. Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere
Coke
in storage,
X,
I still
right?
have one unopened bottle if it hasn't eaten through the cap.
It's like Coke X, Coke Extreme.
Yeah, the story was they were allowed to make test brews as long as they were the plain bottle.
Okay.
And ironically, John, did you know about Coca-Cola Energy that recently got released?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it tastes pretty good. It's not exactly what they made, but 30 years later, it looks like it finally got productized. So there we go.
I just remember, people giving some taste because I got a couple bottles or 3 from you, because he made up quite a bit for you. And, it didn't take much to make your face feel flush. It was loaded.
Wow. Very, very cool. All right. Well, hopefully we've done a mediocre job telling people that they need to come to CoCoFEST and why you should come to CoCoFEST. And as more memories pop into your head, well, although let's James Jones did mention something too. Let's get that in here, and then we'll take a break here. So James Jones says, I'll never forget the CoCoFEST when the folks from Japan brought an FM 77AV running a windowing environment under OS 9, including the Nico, which is a program that makes a little cat follow the mouse cursor. Robert Murphy says OS 9 Nico, that's awesome. James Jones says, then there was this time Alan and I did air trumpet backing brother Jeremy covering Jay and the Americans Come a Little Bit Closer.
Yeah, the jam sessions were a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about the jam sessions.
We haven't talked about elevators either.
Oh, we have not talked about elevators.
I didn't know where they went.
Gotta get home from the CoCoFEST. Stuck in the elevator. Gotta admit we don't smell the best. Yeah, yeah. Dude look like a lady.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Couldn't resist.
And don't forget the time we went to the pizza place that the hotel recommended that had no seating.
Yes, that was good times. That was good
I
times.
gotta ask.
Yeah.
Is there any elevators at this new building?
No.
There is, but it's not needed because everything we need to do is on the first floor.
Okay.
They've put us in a safe space.
Yeah. We have a rep.
Yes. So the music jam was fun too. So I remember seeing the video from PennFest with Brother Jeremy playing the guitar, singing to Kevin Darlin once we set the update free. And
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Is it impossible to find this Jeremy guy and get him on the show?
He's in the UK.
That's my job. So what? I mean, telephones work.
Go over there and have lunch with them.
Yeah, go have fish and chips with them.
We'll talk about the Bible.
Yes. So Ben Drakes has joined us. Hey, Ben, from across the pond. So I'm glad I got to meet Brother Jeremy at my first CoCoFest. He was a really interesting character. So to hang out with him all weekend, and then free advice too. If you're going to come, make sure your travel plans include not going home until Monday. Plan on being there all day Saturday. Plan on being there all day Sunday, because Sunday night when the fest closes down, there's usually a dinner somewhere where everybody gets together. And for the past couple of years, it was going to Fuddruckers or somewhere else. There was one year that we kind of branched off. Alan Huffman, John Strong, myself, I think Curtis was there, a few of us, Brian Schubring, and we went to a German restaurant. And I had never had German food before. That was an experience. So I'm like, you know what? I've had Fuddruckers. We had Fuddruckers last year. Yeah, let's do this German thing. And that was kind of cool. So there's these little breakout sessions too, either with big groups or smaller groups where you'll get together. You go have lunch at Portella's, dinner at Fuddruckers Sunday night. There's the dinner in-house Saturday, the catered dinner that's going to be there. So lots of things to do. And
but if you can only go for one day, that's better than not going at all.
Yes,
And I did that the first time.
Just don't plan on sleeping.
One other thing that I'd mention about CoCoFest is walking around to where the cookies were by Jim Brain's booth, and getting a couple of cookies, and then walking over and seeing all the red boards he had laid out that did all kinds of different things that you never knew anybody thought of doing.
Yep.
It's pretty awesome.
And we're going to hear from Jim Brain after the news with some updates from him, hopefully. So maybe get a tease.
I'm in.
I wanting to know if there's going to be pre-orders for baked goods this year.
It definitely is.
Excellent.
Woo!
All right. Okay, how about we do this? We're going to take a break. We are going to start off. Well, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to see a brand new commercial for Nightmare Highway CoCoFest edition. Then we're going to hear a brand new Samuel Gimes CoCoTALK, and then we'll be back and then we'll start working our way into news of Curtis Boyle, GameON, you name it. So this was quite unexpected and possibly longer than we planned on, but it was probably worthwhile to spend some really good quality time trying to make sure people realize CoCoFest is where you need to be. You think we did a decent job today, guys?
Oh, sure we did.
Yeah. Okay. Meh. All right. So here we go. Here's a.
So we're not going to be able to have a potty break because we have to watch the commercial, right?
This is why we can't have nice things.
Right,
that's right.
Go ahead and we'll talk amongst ourselves while Ron takes a potty break. So
Okay.
This is the pre-commercial break. Well, hey, Brian Schubing, you want to play some music for us while Ron?
And we have some elevator music. Do 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 do.
Ronnie's gonna go and pee. He's gotta let it all out. Oh yeah. All right. So
This show just keeps getting better and better.
What's that song from that Disney movie, Let It Go?
This is great music to tinkle to, don't you think?
We can ask Grant.
Can I request Beer Barrel Polka?
They don't call him the Music Man for nothing.
Well, one thing I wanted to bring up, it was interesting, is actually Peter Dibble.
Just talk over the music, John. We can hear you. He's back. He's back. Go ahead, John.
Actually, was actually interviewed by Peter Dibble because him and Del Puckett was considering to write another OS9 book which I don't think was ever released.
Oh, wow.
And
yeah, they were planning a whole interview book with a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't know what all they were planning, but I was interviewed, by Peter for a possibility of things about it.
Cut the music, Brian. Adults are talking now.
Up goes the weasel.
Thank you for the interlude. Hey, Ken wants to know if everything came out okay, Ron. Yeah, thumbs up. Okay. So sorry, John, you were saying you were getting interviewed?
Yeah, he came to a room and a hotel room and interviewed. That was an interesting fest. I also went to the room with some of the O-Sign guys. I know James Jones was there. I think Kent Myers, Peter Dibble, and I had showing Peter my icon editor for the Coco 3, and and all of a sudden, he looks at it and everybody says, "Hey, looks at this," and got everybody's in the hotel room attention. Which previously I've been tried to talk to some of the guys, and it's like they were so busy, probably talking about the upgrade, that they kind of excluded everybody that wasn't out in their group that knew about the planned Coco OS9 3 upgrade, and but I got their attention with that.
Okay.
So there's some things that helps, and are telling the people for the MM1 who was asking what software you wanted on it, and looked at the lady they hired to do that, and then when I said I wanted mine on it, and I did release MM1 software, and so it's a lot of interesting things going on. Meet a lot of different people, and
okay. Let's see this commercial.
Commercial.
CoCoFEST. Sorry about that, but I'm anxious to see this commercial.
Sure.
We're holding on for Ron to tinkle. We'll be back after these words. This is breaking coverage, the latest Nightmare Highway CoCoFEST edition commercial. And we'll be back with more CoCoFEST talk on CoCoTALK after this.
We will return after these messages.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works. So will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the Original Gamer's Stevie Stroke.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the tiny Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCoFEST.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
CoCoFEST edition. Still low resolution. Still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Limited physical editions available for purchase at CoCoFEST.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
All of my games are included as an alleged bonus, including my failed 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry, previously unreleased. For a reason. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Now you've really paid too much.
Nick marionettes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Draconian has that zen-like sensation as you slowly go around and rescue the astronauts. It's very serene, like a scene out of 2001, as you Dragon! Dragon! Help! Dragon! 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 Dragon!
Samuel Gimes. He's up there.
Oh, crap.
Includes
all
all my
the feminine
extra
side.
games as an alleged bonus.
Or the unreleased fourth adventure contest for a reason.
For
yeah.
a good reason. Oh, okay.
I hadn't seen those ahead of time. Those were pretty darn funny.
Yeah, Samuel Gimes was at it again. Right back. All right, we're back. So, last call for fest memories, or more importantly, motivation. What are some quick highlighted bullet point phrases we can throw out at people that gonna say, get your ass to Mars, right? And come on out to CoCoFEST. And Chet, we haven't heard from you. You've been to a fest or two, have you? Or haven't you? I don't know.
Yeah, actually, I've been to a few. My first fest, and actually, there's a really good story for this one. That I went to the '85 Chicago Fest. It was my first one, and I was living in Tennessee at the time, and so we got our tickets a couple months ahead of time. Got our all the stuff for Rainbow, registered for the breakfast. Got all ready. I'm totally excited. Get to the airport, and United went on strike.
Wow.
So, and they went on strike the day that we were supposed to leave for Chicago. So I was really bummed at the time. I was pretty pissed. So a couple hours later, we finally got a flight on Delta and made it to the fest. Got there, perfect, right on time, just ready for everything. Met up with a few people that we ran into in the lobby. And I mean, it was a spectacular fest. I was 15 at the time, so being able to go to a CoCoFEst, flying all the way to Chicago for one of those, it was a fantastic experience. It was really fun.
Cool. Tim Franklin saying '85 was the last time the Bears won the Super Bowl. Speaking of Chicago, right? So
really,
the Bears. Yeah. So.
Really, they've sucked that long?
The Browns have sucked longer.
Yeah.
I don't follow football, so I mean, I know there's a lot of suckers going on, but that's just a whole lot of guys, and I don't watch that. So
the last night of VCF Midwest, we were in Chicago at Buffalo Wild Wings, and there was a Chicago Bears game going on. So that I don't think it gets much more Chicago than that. Being in a bar, having beer and wings, while the Bears
watching
are
your
on
team
the screen,
lose.
So.
Well, the '86 Rainbow Fest at the Hyatt Regency, the Bears were actually there the same weekend that Rainbow Fest was, so we were intermixing with them in the hallways and the bars and stuff. So, because that was after they celebrated winning the Super Bowl.
The Bears, yeah,
the Bears. But yes, they were very passionate about their Bears at Buffalo Wild Wings. That was quite the experience, and I think the Bears. Did they pull? I think they pulled out at the end and won. I thought. I don't know. It was a lot of excitement. I don't even remember who won.
Yeah,
though.
it was one of those. There was a sports blah blah blah. I don't know what the hell was going on up there.
You think Buffalo Wild Wings would be up for Buffalo?
Yeah,
Bills.
you would think, right?
Not in Berwyn.
Just
so Ken is also reminding us that there will be a Nightmare Highway contest. There will be Hold on a second. There's going to be a Nightmare Highway contest. To win a one-of-a-kind Nightmare Highway mug, which he says is a totally stolen idea, right? So There will be a
I don't know where he got the idea. I have no idea whatsoever where he got that idea.
Yeah, so you can play Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And whoever gets the highest score will get a one-of-a-kind mug, which is a never-before-done thing in the CoCo community.
This year.
This year, yes. All right. Are we ready? Oh, sorry, John.
Well, just one more thing. I actually have somebody that works with me. I work mobile, but this guy is from the Chicago area. And I invited him to the CoCoFEST, and he said he's going to let me know as it gets close to time where he's going to make it. He says, hey, and I had to laugh when you sent that to me. He says, I totally know that hotel very well. And so we may have somebody, a coworker showing up.
Neat. Get them out. Yeah, there's more new first-timers coming this year. There's several that we know of that are chiming and saying, yeah, I'm coming. So on the panel, Mark Bosley's here. So that's great. We really hope that year after year we get more new faces and it continues to grow. So that's great. Even if you're not diehard, it's still going to be a good time to hang out with a bunch of nuts, right? All right. So L. Curtis Boyle, are you ready for news, sir?
I can be shortly, yes.
All right. Well, will you be ready as a 30-second intro enough time, or do you need more time?
Yeah, that should be enough.
Do you need like a Ron Delvaux potty break, or?
No, I just go on the floor. It's fine.
Okay. All right. There we go.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on news with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember to share the sound this time. Hey, can you guys see that? Hey, so the first news item here, Jim Gary, who writes this blog, there's that 10-liner programming contest that we mentioned last week. And so he's got a kind of a blog entry on just general programming for the MC10 and also some of the CoCo stuff and Dragon. He's talking about the 10-line basic awards, also the Asimov awards, which will be at CoCoFEST. So there's another reason to go. You can pick up your prize if you win that one. And he kind of goes through what his entries are for the Asimov Awards, which I think is Diego the one who's sponsoring that. So he goes through and he goes like, here's the one solo chess game that we demonstrated within the last couple of weeks here, and actually the board game that it's based on, which I didn't realize was a real thing. So it's kind of got the limited size play field for it. And then he's got a quiz night that was inspired by something one of the Dragon people did at one of the Dragon Fests in England recently. And Space Mouse and his Alien Invaders, his version of Outhouse, which is on the bottom video there, and then he's also got what inspired it, doing low res version of it, which was by Erico that we showed. Now he said he couldn't put all the fancy graphics that Erico did because this is his entry for the 10-liner contest. So his miniature version of Outhouse is only 10 lines of basic code, which is pretty impressive. Anyway, he's got a whole blog entry on that, and there'll be some more Jim Gary coming up on the GameON segment too. But just wanted to show his little blog where he kind of explains what he's doing and why, etc. So that's pretty cool. Also, as we mentioned at the top of the show, it's not in my official news list because I haven't had a chance to listen to it or anything yet. But the latest CoCo Crew podcast was released today too for the month, so you can catch up on all that stuff there. I believe the head interview was actually the guy that did the auto terminal program back in the day. It was one of the main terminal programs in the early 80s for the CoCo 1 and 2. So that'll be an interesting interview. And speaking of John Linville at the CoCo Crew, this is a pre-CoCoFEST distraction, as he puts it. And it's a picture of a 609 SBC board. Now, this was designed by Grant Searle. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, which is a 6-chip 609 board that actually makes its own self-contained computer. So this is kind of the manufactured version of it here. You can see it's designed by Grant Searle. So it looks like John's making those. And then this is the original article over here, kind of explaining the whole concept, what chips are in there, how it works. So you can build your own too, if you wanted to. Yeah, this is more using the old technology, like it's using a 6809 and period appropriate chips, whereas I believe Dave's is using more modern FPGAs and stuff to simulate the older chips.
So when you turn this one on, does it have a green screen like our Coco does?
I believe it has a VDG, so it might. Actually, no, this one might be terminal. This one may be terminal only. I can't remember.
It's terminal by the looks of it.
Yeah. It does have disk basic ROMs or color basic ROMs and stuff though, so you can actually run disk basic on it. But it's a pretty interesting project. If I'm gathering by John's hint here, you might have some of those boards for sale. So if anybody wants to tinker with a single board computer, you can just plug it into an RS-232 on a Mac or PC to log into it and actually use it as a terminal to log into the system. Then you can fiddle with it. Yeah, it's based on Coco 2 extended basic. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Okay, next up, Richard Kelly. He's posted a disk image on the Facebook group for his 22-frame text animation demo, which unfortunately I don't have an actual video of it, but there's a little screenshot of it here. And basically has a bunch of these stars and stuff going behind the Retro Rick logo on the front, but it's done totally just by animation of page flipping. And he's got 22 of the standard text screens set up, and he just rotates through them. So it does a complete animation. And it kind of shows what some of the stuff you could do with it's just the raw text mode, and without actually having to do any, actual programming to do all the animation stuff there, you can just rotate it because you got so many of these screens you can fit into memory at once. So if you want to chart out the disk image of that, it's, yeah, literally. Okay, he's also released a disk image on the Coco Facebook group as well that gathers up T&D software. Now, that was one of those cassette-based magazines from back in the 80s, kind of like Chromaset. Actually, we've done some of the games that have been on T&D before, but they had an ML tutorial series that ran through a bunch, and he's actually gathered them all up from the various tapes that originally were on and has made a disk image with the entire ML tutorial. So if you've done the Steve Bjork ML tutorial that we did here on CoCoTALK, here's another one. You can also get the Dennis Kitts audio cassette version. He did an ML tutorial for 6809 there as well, but now he's gathered up the T&D ones here that basically will give you that entire course. So anybody wants to learn machine language for the 6809, we've got 3 or 4 publicly available methods of learning it, besides just going through manuals, etc. And this was a rather interesting find by Carlos Camacho. He found a book called Fundamentals of Microcomputer Programming, which features the 6809, but not only that, it features the Coco as the main computer that they're using for it. And it's not like a Rainbow made book or anything. This was actually independent. So he's got, an EdTASM cartridge. I don't know what that was, and I don't know who did it.
It's all about the mid-range.
You might have to reconnect, Nick, because when we switch the game on here, I don't want you sounding like that.
Let us know when your voice stops changing.
Yeah, that puberty's a bitch.
Especially at his age.
Anyway, the book's got like pictures of the circuit board in the Coco 1 that kind of get you familiar with some of the chips, and then he's got some of the index pages kind of showing how the course is set up. Goes in a few other CPUs here, including some other 6800 series and the 68000. It looks like quite an interesting book, and it's not one I've ever heard of before. So, I don't think he's done it yet. He just acquired the book. Oh, did he? Oh yeah, right there. Yep, on Amazon. Oh, that must be on sale then. Not. Yeah.
Check 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound normal again.
Alvin! Sorry about that, guys.
Rhoda ever sounds, but yes. Yeah, and I'd never heard of this one before. I don't know if anybody else in the panel has, but that's a totally new one on me. And featuring the Coco, yet you figure we would have heard of it. And this one here, Matt K on the Dragon group has been posting some possible label designs to replace for the Dragon 64 Plus. So it's basically just variations on the size of the plus symbol itself and kind of. I'm not even sure because there was a few designs of the Dragon that kind of got prototyped but never released. But I think that was the Alpha, and I can't remember what the other one was called, Professional or something. So
yeah,
I'm not sure what the Plus is.
Professional with like 2 processors, I think. And
have you heard of the Plus, James? I don't know what the Plus exactly
is.
I
hadn't seen a Plus before.
So I don't know if that's some.
Maybe it's something that they're working on.
But there's been a few messages. This isn't the only one. There was one where they kind of narrowed down the general design because they had a few, bit more varied ones. And then this is just playing around with the plus size to make sure it's readable, etc. So I guess I'll have to follow up on that next week and see if I can find out what exactly a 64 Plus is. And next here, since we've actually got the person that authored this on here, I'll let him get into some of the details here. But Chet's been working on a board he's calling the CoTendo. And Chet, if you want to speak up here, I'll show the schematic that you did, and then you can explain what it does and purpose, etc.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to do back around 1988 when I was prototyping some games was to take some of the hardware out of the original Nintendo and drop it in a cartridge and put it on a CoCo. Well, of course, I had really no idea how to do it. And then, of course, I really don't have much of an idea how to do it right now either. So I went out and I started looking, I found some information on it, and I was able to, glean through it pretty easily. And it looked, relatively easy to actually get it set up, and working on a CoCo 3. So I ordered one off of eBay. In fact, I have it right here. You can see I've made a tremendous amount of progress on this project. So, I've got it in the board. Took me a whole week to get this. So, and it's right. It is in there right this time for those of you who were watching Discord yesterday. Essentially what it is that you have 2 chips in the Nintendo. One is the PPU, which is the picture processing unit. And that's the piece that I'm using here. And then you have a 6502 derivative, which is slightly different because it has the PSG is actually built into the chip. So those are the only 2 big ones that you have within the Nintendo. So those are the only 2 that you really care about. So the 6502 I may use a little bit later. I do have one here. This is it came out of the same Nintendo that I got the PPU out of. So and I do have a crystal for both of them. So I don't know. I may play around with that. But so what I ended up doing was I looked at the chip and all of the hardware that was required, and really it's just a couple of logic gates, a latch, and some SRAM, and that's really it. All you need, and that's all you need, along with the the composite or RF circuit in order for the output. So what I have here is that, and you can kind of see here on the left where you've got a couple logic gates. That's just for the address decoding, and this is decoding between FF70 and FF7 because the PPU actually has 8 internal registers that you can access for the scrolling, doing DMA, and some other things. So you want to be able to have easy and direct access to all of that, because you have very limited time and where you can actually write to this chip, primarily in the during the blanking periods on screen. So and then you've just got a latch for handling some of the address and data demultiplexing, and then the SRAM, and that's really it. It's a very, very simple circuit in order to get this up, and it's a 40-pin package, so it's I don't expect that it'll take too long to get this actually up and running. So, and I do have a full Nintendo that I'm going to cannibalize, not just for the chip, but for the video circuit, for connecting to a TV, and so that I've got that hanging around. And I'm going to have to build a composite circuit for it in order to test.
Cool. Well, definitely keep us posted on that. I'm interested in what.
And then Tandy, that just seems really, I don't know, Tandy-ish. Yes. Yes. Yeah. The chip itself supports up to 64 sprites, with 8 per scan line as a max. Yeah. Well, just the GPU. The audio portion of it is actually in the 6502 CPU, so it's integrated with the other chip. I may slap that on there. I don't know. I don't know how difficult it is going to be to add the because you'll need a ROM, some RAM for it, crystal and all of that, and to communicate with it as well.
Will there be any processor envy while you put these two together?
Probably. Probably. The one thing that's missing, I think the one advantage that this particular iteration of the 6502 has over the 69 is it actually has built-in DMA. So you write to a particular location and it will copy 256 bytes to a particular location. In this case, up to the PPU, and that's kind of important because you have a very limited amount of time in order to do it. And the 6502 variant will do that in, I think it's 562 CPU cycles, versus it would take us with a 6309 at least 756 to transfer that over.
Well, didn't we just learn from Retro Innovations that the 6809 will do DMA too?
Right, but you don't have that connection in the cartridge port, so you'd have to add that internal, probably piggyback off of the connections that are going into the gimme. And even though I don't even know if those are even connected. No. Correct. Right, but at the same time, there's nothing stopping anybody really from taking this designer doing their own, and incorporating and including that. I mean, the circuitry for the Nintendo is actually pretty minimal.
Steve, do you see all the mentions there that they're not hearing some of the other speakers in the chat too?
Check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, because they keep saying stuff like, "Who's Chet talking to?" and they thought I was having an inner monologue.
So I think my microphone was not in the scene from before when I cannibalized this for a different show. Sorry,
I'm just having a conversation with the voices in my head, man. It's a jamming time. We always agree on the same things. It's so cool.
Right. So I'm just going to reiterate what I just said to Chet, is that I was asking Wayne Campbell's question: is this a cartridge you plug into the CoCo to plug a Nintendo cartridge into? And Chet answered the question. It's no. This is a cartridge you plug into the CoCo that gives you Nintendo-like features for new software to take advantage of. And I'm assuming it has its own output at this point too, because it's not going to go back out through the VDG or anything, right?
Correct, and unfortunately, the PPU that's used in the home console Nintendo only has composite out. It's a shifted video signal. So, but the one that comes out of the PlayChoice 10 has RGB out. So there is the possibility of getting a hold of some of those. Those would have been much more abundant or available back in the day to get than they are now. I mean, it'll actually cost you probably about $100 to get a hold of one of those chips, at least as far as the prices I can tell right now. So they're not exactly available as much as this one is. So they would have RGB output. I don't know if I'm not really sure if it's analog. I'm assuming that it is, given the time that the chip was created. There are a couple of other variations of the chip which do include RGB as well. But for this, it would be composite out or RF with a much larger circuit to handle that. Because I know the one that's in the Nintendo is pretty huge.
Now, would your target for this be Coco 3 specific, or would this work on a Coco 1 and 2 also?
This should work on a Coco 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
In fact, I would actually say you could probably modify this a little bit and plug it into an MC10.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah,
So
and and actually, now that I think about it, that's something that I might actually consider because for the MC10 that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, make it
So-
because it's got an expansion port in the back that you could tap
Right,
into.
right.
So if this does graphics and stuff, will Coco joysticks and stuff work with it?
Sure. You'd use them out of the same port. I haven't added any circuitry in here to read the Nintendo joysticks, but that's actually pretty easy. I just need to add the extra decoding to access the registers that stuff the data in.
Cool. We'll definitely keep us posted on that. It's a pretty interesting project.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I wanted to do back in the day. There's a handful of them that I'm getting to now, and I'm getting ramped up for it right now. I haven't really done a whole lot, obviously. I mean, if this is as far as I've gotten this week, so I am going to be working on it as soon as I finish up Digger. So this will be coming. I'll have some prototypes hopefully sometime this summer.
Now, speaking of Digger, you're not going to be at CoCoFest this year, or
No, I won't. No, okay. I won't be at CoCoFest.
Will Digger 3 be ready by CoCoFest?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll have a table. I could put some on if there was something you needed to be displayed.
Yeah, anybody who wants to demo it, I mean, they're certainly free to pop that up. I'm gonna have, and if you get with me and within time, I can actually add graphics into the attract scene. To maybe have like a little billboard if you've got a project that you want featured or something. As long as I can get the artwork and it's small enough and easy enough to add in, I can do a custom version in about a half hour, 45 minutes for you that you can drop on your table that kind of highlights your projects. Yeah, and you can have, and I could probably add some stuff in there to cycle. I mean, it's something I'll look at maybe have two different ones. That, but yeah, if anybody's interested in having something like that on their table, catch me on either Facebook or much more preferably Discord. And we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah, I can see that being used at some of the VCF shows that some of us attend too. So
yeah,
I think with a very small palette hack, you can make the Gomers look like David Ladd, so it could be the David Ladd edition. I'm going to talk to you about the Grease Weasel.
Yeah, then I'd feel obligated to add a Grease Weasel, and I could just have way too much fun with that. My idea of what a Grease Weasel is and his idea of what a Grease Weasel is way two different things.
Cool. I definitely look forward to seeing more on this.
Yeah.
So, and interestingly enough, in conjunction with one of the other hardware projects that I'm working on is that split screen assist circuit. Something very, very similar to that will actually have to go into something like this in order to get the same thing. In fact, it's generally additional circuitry that's included on the game cartridge itself. But yeah, so in this case, that particular circuit is actually going to be using this as well. So it's something that's definitely going to be available pretty soon.
How about Nin Coco for the name of the cartridge?
Yeah, that's cool.
I like Nin Coco better than Nintandy.
He suggested Cotendo in his
Cotendo. That
post.
sounds pretty good.
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Yeah. See, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it in a blank cartridge.
Yeah, and just
and
let
y'all.
you want. Here's a Sharpie.
Exactly. I'm going to include a Sharpie with it, and you can write your own thing on it. When it fades, you'll know that it's old.
Coco Ness.
No, knowing Nintendo, you might want to call it co-lawsuit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought about that, whether or not I'd be able to get away with this back in the day. And then I thought, I was like, yeah, because I was a dick back then too. I'd go ahead and do it anyway.
Can you tell each of us that our selection for name is the best, whether it is or not?
Oh, no, I'm going to tell you your choice is the terrible, worst thing in the world.
Okay. That works.
Cotendo is what.
Cotendo.
Cotendo. I could have been a Cotendo. All right. So.
See, you could have had a Cotendo. There you go. There's your marketing ploy there.
Yes. All right. What's next, Curtis? We got unboxing of a TRS-80 stuff.
Yeah, this is from a guy calling himself Canadian Retro Things on YouTube. So he does a couple of different things. He's got a cooking channel and a few other things too. But he's actually he started with the Coco 2 16K back when he was young, and he's just starting to kind of get back into it. He mentions CoCoTALK on this video, so he's watching our show too.
He's got good taste in programming.
Yeah. or brain damage, one of the two.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're listening right now, please give us a shout. We would like to have you on the show. But,
Absolutely.
Basically, he's actually started. He made a couple of eBay purchase orders, and his first one came in of trying to get a Coco system set back up here. So I won't play the whole thing, but I'll play it. Just
What this reminds me of? It reminds me of that shortwave commercial. I remember when I got my first shortwave. It's like I remember my first eBay Coco.
So I'll play a little bit of the bit in the middle here when he just like the first thing he took out was a big bag.
Make sure you
full
get to
of,
the part where
cables.
he mentions CoCoTALK and turn that one up really loud.
I don't even remember where that is.
No, that's fine.
What do you really think of this?
TRS-80 tape. Aha! Zaxxon. Did not know I was getting this. That's awesome. Love this game. I have it for the ColecoVision.
Now his first box doesn't actually have a Coco yet, so.
And here is the reason that I bought this lot. Dungeons of Daggerath.
Yes.
Had this game when I was a kid. Absolutely loved it. Cannot wait to play this.
That does seem to be the seminal Coco game, I think.
Yeah.
Probably the most famous.
Hope he has a cassette drive to see
have
if
a
it's games to.
Deluxe joystick.
And the 2-button model.
That you don't need for Dungeons of Daggerath.
Yes.
Oh, this might be the CoCoTALK mention, actually.
And it even came with
no shaking
complimentary
parts in
bubble
it,
wrap
so it doesn't
too,
sound like anything's broken. Watching CoCoTALK the other day, I saw that they're talking about 3D printing new internal arms for these things, and if you just shake the joystick, you'll be able to hear if they're broken on the inside. So that's good.
That's where you should get all your Coco news, folks.
Shout out to David Ladd.
Yes.
Some TV connectors. Don't really care for these. I have a lot of them.
I think we can all say that.
Come on, you need a screwdriver to hook things up.
Come on.
A
proper way.
blank cassette tape. That should be fun to find out what's on there.
Yeah,
This guy sounds familiar. I wonder if I watch his cooking channel. Is it Glenn?
Another game.
I didn't mention his name, so I'm not even sure what his
Dexter,
name
I
is.
think it is. Never heard of this one. It's a Sierra game, though.
Never heard of
That will be
Dexter.
fun to try out.
Well, he was Coco 1 and 2 era, and Dexter
Okay.
was Coco 3. So
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, that looks like a
A
freaking
really old
telephone
cable.
hookup.
Whoa,
So that's
nice.
a UHF connector.
Wow.
I like the color.
Yeah.
It's like a
Very
poo emoji come to life.
It's very 70s.
The Black
Another
Beauty.
Tandy joystick. Oh,
He doesn't know that
second
name.
one. So two
Okay.
Tandy
Pair of Black
joysticks.
Beauties.
The
Yeah.
Black Beauty with the metal stick rules. I want another
Yes.
one.
Totally agree. See, Nick, we do agree on some stuff.
Another
It'd be
old
really,
cable.
It'd be really awesome for buzzard bait.
Yeah, it's UHF cables. Oh, man.
Aha.
Bag of manuals.
And here we have some books. What do we have in here? We
Still have that new book smell now that he says open the seal.
the
huh?
Zaxxon manual.
Where in the world is Carmen
Temple of
Diego?
Rom manual. Dungeons of Daggerath manual.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's that supplemental software catalog.
Those are actually rare, I think.
Flight Simulator 2 Pilot's Operating Handbook.
Nice
So he's
collection.
got a fair bit of Coco 3 stuff in here, actually.
Typing tutor.
Temple of Rom.
Does he have the math tutor?
A
Having a
disc.
blast.
And another disc. It says Pitfall 2 on it.
The hits just keep coming. Radio Ball.
for
That was a good
Pinball
one.
Wizard.
Yeah.
Oh, you were good at that one, Stevie. That was the one
Flight
that you really
Physics and
kicked ass.
Aircraft Control.
All right, so fast forward to
Disc
where we see the
system.
Coco now. I think I've seen enough of the odds and
Well, the
ends
thing
there.
is, he hasn't got his Coco yet. This first
Interesting.
Oh,
shipment
this
was
is the
just all
first
this
book that's
stuff.
just the doodads. Okay.
Yeah, and the other box hasn't arrived yet. It got shipped separately, so
okay.
he's still waiting.
Okay, so that kind of sucks, right? When you have all the stuff to use on your Coco and you don't have your
You don't have a Coco yet.
Oh man, that's gotta be.
Did you say he's
torture.
getting one?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed
Yeah,
that.
no, he's already on order. He's
Yeah.
probably going to be getting it this week.
That's-
So
Is
there'll
it
be a
2 or
part 2.
3? Is it a 2 or 3? Okay.
Coco 2.
That is.
And the funny thing is, some of his
cartridge
software
for
that
over a
requires a
year.
Coco 3, so he's going to have to upgrade soon. Sorry, what was that, Chet?
I had a speech and sound cartridge for over a year before I even got a Coco again.
Jeez.
Staring
That's
at you.
yeah, I was a little hesitant, late on the ball and getting that one going.
Anyway, there's more to the video there, and he kind of explains his channel and stuff
That's
too, and
neat.
then
Did we
mentions
put
that he's
the-
got another shipment coming.
Okay,
That's
was
cool.
a link posted to this video? Canadian Retro Things, Coco unboxing. Yeah, so Rob posted that link. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so
cool.
the link
Thanks,
to
Rob.
the full video is there for those who want to see the whole thing. Very cool.
And then we got in a row here 3 things from Jim Brain at Retro Innovation. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly go through them, and then Jim, who's on the call, hopefully still, can actually go into some detail, especially on the second and third part here that I want to hear some details on. So the first one here is got to be custom made for David Ladd. This is a drive plexer.
Is this called?
This has been done before.
Is this called the Ladgasm?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what it should be called, right? So.
Comes with a free box of Kleenex.
Gross.
Now, this has been done before. I know some people back in the day did this, which is, I don't know the technical explanation because I'm not a hardware guy, but basically instead of it being limited to 3 double-sided drives or 4 single-sided drives, a controller, you can put a, I don't know, multiplex or something on it. I'll let him explain it. But basically you can get up to 8 drives on one controller, which back in the day would have been pretty cool. I'm not sure it's that useful now, except for David Ladd, but a few people have actually offered to help test the board because I think he said he made 5 of them and he was going to ship them out for testing. So
okay.
Once again, we'll let.
Where does it plug? Well, we'll let Jim's. But where does that plug into? Does it plug into the cartridge slot, or I'm not sure where it goes?
Well, we'll get to that when we get to Jim himself. And then he's published 2 articles this week on DMA access on the Tandy Color computer. Now, as Chet mentioned, as far as I know, the DMA pins are not out on the cartridge port yet. The 609 does support them. The gimmicks did use DMA for disc controllers and stuff back in the day. So he did this first one here kind of explaining basically what, the DMA works at electrical level, et cetera, on the 6809. And then he has another one here where he's actually doing some experimentation on the Coco itself. And there's a whole bunch of technical jargon here that I don't really understand. So Jim, if you want to join us now, you can kind of go through both of these things and kind of explain what's going on and what you're up to.
No, it's fine. Well, let's go back to the Plexer and I'll answer the questions since you guys kind of moved beyond. So, so this works in conjunction with a floppy drive controller. So you have like an FD501 or 502 or whatever, and then on the connection right on the left-hand side, you would plug that into the controller. So that's like normally would be where you would plug the drive. So you don't plug a drive into the other end of the cable. You plug this board into the other end of the cable on the left-hand side.
Okay.
And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 to the right of there. You got 4 connectors that look exactly like that. And you would take a cable, like a floppy drive cable, and you would plug a floppy drive cable on there. And then you would plug 2 drives that you would normally have in one of those cases
or something. Yeah.
That's right. You would just plug those 2 drives on the end of that cable, but you'd have 4 of them, right? You have four boxes of 2 drives each, and
right.
1 cable going to every 2 drives. And then the unit is set up so that drive 01 and 2 are the same as they were previously. So the floppy drive controllers will support, they technically support 4 individual drives, but that's single-sided drives. A double-sided drive uses, to the controller, a double-sided drive is seen as 2 single-sided drive sides. And so it looks like floppy drive controller, DOS drivers or whatever, use the drive 4 signal to say switch to the back side of the disk or whatever.
Yeah, side select is basically how you got your 4th drive.
That's right. So and that puts the number of drives down to 3, right? And then what this board does is it says, instead of thinking of those 3 individual wires or signals as mutually exclusive, like you can flip the first one low or the second one low or the third one low, and that's your only options, it treats them as a binary number. So you could have 000, 001, 010, and so on. And then that will give you it will give you either 7 or 8 drives, depending on one thing that we have to test, which is normally a drive not being selected means that the drive signal to that drive is held at a logic 1 situation. And so I'm hoping, and the little jumper that's over on the left-hand side, I'm hoping that the way it works is that when the drive is not being used, the motor signal is also not being used. And so I can use the motor signal to say, oh, you're ready to use a drive? Okay, let me select one for you. So anyway, that's just the board. It's not that much complicated. And as Curtis said, I'm sure they did this in the day. The big thing that's required for this is in order to use those drives more than 3, so drive 4, 5, 6, and 7, or an 8, you need to change the DOS to think of those signals as being a binary number, not individual select signals. So I figured somebody who's got some time and inclination can do that, and if it works, then great, and if it doesn't, then I'll fix it so it does.
Well, Chet mentioned it, just a few pokes, and you can change disk on it, especially on the Coco 3 where it's copied into RAM and you can modify it.
Mm-hmm.
But it shouldn't be that difficult. And I do know some people had done this back in the late 80s. So
anyway, I've got a couple folks who are interested in the unit. It plugs into that little white connector in the bottom. Is just one of those standard old style drive connectors. So you just plug it in there to get your 5 volts and give it a whirl.
Has Paul Barton talked to you yet?
Has Paul Barton talked to me?
Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
He has multiple drives hooked up to his stuff.
Oh, okay.
He would like that.
What's that
compliant?
Okay. What's that compliance symbol on the bottom or bottom middle next to the power connector?
That's the what am I going to say? That's the logo for the open source hardware consortium. So I release all my hardware under open source, and so in fact, I think this is already up on GitHub, but if not, I'll put it up there in a couple hours so people can play around with it and change it or whatever. It's got a open source hardware license.
Yeah. Okay. I knew I saw that somewhere.
Yep. Okay.
Cool.
So the next one, I mean, I can just talk about these together, but so the Coco, at least the Coco 1, which is the one I'm using right now, the halt line is brought out to the cartridge port, and it looks like, so when the halt line is on the cartridge port is asserted or driven low, it appears as though the 6809 drops off the system bus. So it just sort of disappears off the bus. And with it being off the bus, there's the possibility of being able to move or use the system bus as if you were the central processing unit. And so this first article just goes through some of the ideas on how to accomplish that, and at least what my theory is, and some of the timing requirements, because if you go down to the part that's got the timing diagram, and it's hard to see in this picture here, obviously, but the key is that the halt signal has some additional requirements on it. Most people think of things happening at the end of a clock cycle, and the clock cycle is defined by, in the computer, it's defined as the E clock. And so the cycle starts with the E clock being low for half of the time period, and then the E clock goes high for half the time period, and then it goes low again, and that defines one CPU cycle of work. The 6847 and the video takes the first half of that cycle, and the CPU gets the back half of the cycle when the E clock is high. So that's great, and that's what people think of as the way this works. But the 6809 asks for some additional criteria. If you want to use the halt line, it asks for you to let it know ahead of time that you want to turn the CPU off at the end of this cycle. So you kind of have to know some things in advance. And so there's some restrictions on what the timing is. And so that was just part of this article. And then the second article is for those people who, kind of want to follow along. So like I said, there's about 250 nanoseconds for each one of the 4 clock phases. You've got 2 clocks and they're quadrature. So they're offset by 90 degrees. So that's the 2 options, or that's the 4 variations on the clock signals. And then the rest of this article basically just talks about how we might set up some logic to drive 1 byte of information into the computer by taking the CPU off the bus, letting this clock run a little bit of logic on the cartridge port, and then pushing a byte of data into the RAM as if you were the CPU. A lot of this right here is Verilog, so like Curtis says, you know, people who are not used to it may not understand it, but it looks a lot like C. And you know, I mean, I can go through detail, but I think that's a little bit too detailed for this. But suffice it to say that the early results are promising. I was able to set up a program that told the system, hey, try to transfer a byte of data into the computer. Here's the byte of data I want to transfer. The cartridge that I'm using to test with was able to successfully take the CPU off the bus, was able to successfully transfer the data into the memory of the CoCo-1, and then return control back to the CPU. Right after the CPU gets control again, and I'm looking at it right, while I've been listening to CoCoTALK, I've been looking at on Logic Analyzer. It does return control back to the CPU, and the CPU goes along for a little while, and then all of a sudden just goes off the rails. So I got to figure out there's probably some additional timing I need to deal with. So more
It might be related to CoCoTALK because we go off the rails all the time too. So.
It might be. So I'm happy to answer questions, but that's, you know, the goal obviously is to provide DMA capability through the cartridge port.
Now, what kind of speeds would you get with the DMA doing that? Like, let's say you wanted to transfer, like scroll a screen or something like that.
So you're limited on DMA, you're limited to the system bus. So in this case, you could only transfer at most 1 byte per cycle. You can do it faster than the 6809 or the 6309 can. I think the fastest it can transfer is like what 1 byte every 3 or 4 cycles or something.
Three cycles with a TFM if you're copying, yeah.
So 3 cycles, so it would be 3 times faster than that. And of course, if you run the CoCo3 at double speed, you know, you run it at any of the models, if you run them at twice as fast, so 1.78 megahertz, then you would be able to transfer a byte. You transfer something every one of those cycles. If you're wanting to transfer from one spot in memory to another spot in memory, remember that's going to take 2 transfers. First, you have to transfer, you have to read it, and then you have to turn and write it. So it's fastest if you're transferring from, like, let's say you have some memory that's already on the cartridge, and you're playing around with the memory in there, and then you say, okay, DMA all that memory into the main memory and system, like right now. So that would be the fastest way, because then you would not have to tie up the bus twice in order to do a transfer of data.
Okay, yeah, because a TFM takes 3 cycles per byte on its 6 through 9, so you don't only take 2 cycles, so you'd be a third faster, like that, yeah, for internal and intra memory. And then, like, what I was thinking is if you put RAM in the cartridge slot, so you put RAM in 8000 to FF whatever it is, and that memory actually exists on the cartridge, then you could make changes to that memory just like normal, like you were doing some sort of off-screen or double buffered video or whatever. But then when you went to transfer the data, that memory actually would reside in the cartridge, so you wouldn't have to take that second time to read memory and then write it. You would just read it. You would just write it from the internal memory on the cartridge. So you should be able to, like, blast stuff off onto an I/O port, like say a sound chip or something too, like if you want to do digitized samples.
Correct.
Without halting the CPU, basically.
That's right. And I haven't put that in the articles yet, but I did post it on Facebook that, you know, assuming this works, then, you know, you can blast in any combination. So you could blast one piece of information out to multiple locations, like if you need to do a flood fill. So you could do a fill very quickly because you could do it at system speed, or you can do it the other way, like you said, like audio. So you have a lot of let's take an easy example, like the DAC, the Orchestra 90. So you could set it up so that you have all the Orchestra 90 values laying around in memory somewhere, and then at predetermined times, right? In that case, you wouldn't necessarily want to do it at system speed. You would want to do it 44,000 times a second or whatever. You would then push an 8-bit value into the Orchestra 90 DAX, 44,000 times a second. And then the CPU would never have to get involved because it would lose one cycle every 44,000th of a second, but it wouldn't have to change any of its code or do any kind of.
And you wouldn't need all the interrupt processing we do now, where you have to take time to push registers up and down.
That's right. None of that would be required. And so you could do that. So in that case, you would have there's a whole bunch of different options. There's one piece of data going to a ton of different memory locations, a lot of data going to a single location. And then the other part of that is you can do it every cycle. Like I want to get a big bunch of things done very quickly, or I want to do it a timed fashion. I want to, every 60th of a second, I want to take a little bit of time and I want to replace all the contents of the video screen. So you could do that. So you just set it up to do that. Those are all options. Obviously, I don't have the functionality in the design I'm working on to do that, but that is very easy. Once you've conquered the being able to put a piece of data into memory and have the application continue to move forward, then it's just a matter of timing and how much data you want to shove.
And then you could also like enable it for like the CoCoSDC or hard drive controllers, floppy controllers to do everything, no halt, because you would have to halt the CPU during regular CPU operations, but also do it faster.
Correct. Now, mind you, on those, like I said, floppy drives and hard drive controllers and stuff like that, you can use this same functionality. They would need to be. It depends on how you implement this. Like you could put the CoCoSDC in there, and then you could say, okay, CoCoSDC, I'm going to, you're going to set up this DMA engine that says, okay, as soon as data is available to be pulled in from the CoCoSDC, this cartridge would take over and it would push the data, every like 1 million times a second. It would push data from the CoCoSDC into main memory. You could do that way, or you could, like if you designed a new version of the CoCoSDC or some other thing like that it could be done internal to the cartridge itself. But yes, definitely you could do the idea you're talking about where the cartridge could take care of basically anywhere memory needs to go from anywhere memory already exists. This functionality could support that.
Cool. That definitely holds a lot of possibilities of what it can do.
Okay. Yep. Jeremy Landry in the chat saying, would you use this to dynamically change RAM contents to create a super huge gameplay level, like an entire world that is always loading and unloading? And I think you're saying yes, right?
You can, yeah, definitely. I mean, there would be no issues with that. The key is you'd have to have the memory has to exist somewhere, right? This thing doesn't. The DMA allows you to quickly move things around, but the key is like, think about it like a big house, right? In order for you to move it around, it has to be somewhere in the house in the first place. So it has to be somewhere.
So it'd have to be pre-done in the RAM in the Coco itself, or on the card's RAM.
That's right. That's right. Or it has to pull it in from SDC or whatever, but it has to be somewhere in the environment to get at in the first place, for you to actually use the DMA engine to move it around. The other one is some things probably work better as DMA and some less. So just because you have DMA capabilities in something doesn't necessarily mean it's what you want to use all the time. I will tell you that DMA is great on other systems, but it's complex and it can have some unintended consequences because like when you're doing a DMA, so for instance in the 6809, when you're performing a DMA activity, all interrupts, even non-maskable interrupt, is interrupted. So there are no interrupts. So if you want to do something where you're stuffing 512K or 2 meg of data into the into a 2 meg CoCo 3 or whatever, and you want to be very responsive to the keyboard, you probably don't want to do that as one big DMA because you'll miss all the interrupts that happen in between the time you start and the end, because the CPU literally isn't running.
Well, if it's inside the computer, this circuit, can't you halt the DMA if an interrupt line is triggered?
You could, and I'm not planning on putting it in the computer, but actually, now that I think about it, if it's certain interrupts, like I think the NMI, one of the interrupts lines is available on the cartridge port. If it was that interrupt, then yes, you could interrupt the DMA.
NMI for sure is, because that's what the disk controller uses.
Yeah, so you could do that, and yes, if it was inside, you'd have more capability. But right now I'm trying to implement this as a cartridge functionality where I don't think you have access to IRQ on the cartridge.
Yeah, and that way you don't have to just somebody rip their computer apart and update the inside.
Yeah,
so
that's why I said inside. So
yeah.
But I could see, like, for example, in OS 9, where if you want to create movable windows or whatever, or scrolling sideways or some other oddball thing, you could actually just tell this thing to do it, and the CPU wouldn't have to become involved at all and get all that time back to do other things.
That's right, absolutely. And I mean, James is right. Once if I can figure this out and get it to work successfully, then creating an opportunity to do it inside the computer is just an exercise of moving the functionality inside where there's even more signals available. So I figured having it in a cartridge would be the most constraining opportunity, and it would be the easiest for people to try out. So we try it out there, and then if it works, then you could put it underneath the CPU, especially now that everybody seems to have their CPU socketed, or you could put it somewhere else. You could probably build it into the GIME or GIME X. So there's a lot of opportunities for performing this activity. Now I will tell you, so I've kind of sidestepped the issue because I'm using a CoCo 1 right now, and the CoCo 2 is okay as well. The CoCo 3, for some reason on the CoCo 3, Tandy decided, which is strange because I thought the whole idea of a CoCo 3 was to save money. They added a bus transceiver on the data bus right between the CPU and the cartridge port. I don't know if people were tearing up their CoCos by plugging stuff in, and it was messing stuff up, so they put this extra chip there as a sacrificial thing or what. But anyway, that chip it would be fine for the chip to be there. However, I don't know if they ran out of gates or what, but that chip is always driving the bus on a write. So when the CPU does a write, this chip is always driving the bus, and it's tied to the read-write line. So it causes this DMA capability to be, I don't know if it's possible or not. The chip can be made to work because the transceiver chip has a pin on it that says, hey, am I supposed to be engaged or not? And that line should be connected to the halt line, so that if the halt line was brought low, then the chip might just drop out during the halt, or somehow be able to get itself off the bus, but it doesn't currently. So I've tried my work on a CoCo 1, and then when I get done figuring out how to make it work there, then I'll take a look and see what, if anything, can be done to get it work on a CoCo 3, because I think people will probably want this to work on a CoCo 3, and I would like to have it work as a cartridge if possible.
Yeah, I mean, the CoCo 3 has more memory to begin with, where you'd want to be doing this kind of thing. And especially when you get the GIME X and you start dealing with these new high res modes, like that's one thing that a lot of us have talked about kind of semi and privately. Some of these new higher res modes with 256 colors and 640 by 480 or whatever, you're moving 256K at a time just to draw one picture.
Yep.
And with a 609 or a 6809, and then having to do MMU bank switching to get the next chunk ready to load, and it's going to be quite slow and also a bit cumbersome to write for. Yep. And having DMA where you just have your graphical image sitting on an SD card or whatever on your cartridge, and you can just tell it, well, you go draw that friggin' picture for Dragon Slayer or whatever on there, and I'll be busy doing sound and joystick reading and stuff. So
that's right. We'll see. More to come.
I got a question that
cool.
probably may or may not fit in here, but where does a real-time clock have any possible function using that, or?
I don't think so. A real-time clock doesn't have very much memory, and you could DMA real-time clock data, but there's only like 8 or 9 bytes of data.
The one thing at real-time clock, if it has a clock interrupt timer built onto it for CoCo 1 and 2, because you're kind of limited, you just have H-sync and V-sync, and that's your only 2 timers. If a real-time clock had a programmable timer interrupt on it, then it might be useful. Yeah, because say if we wanted to time, a CD quality sound coming out of an ARC-90 or something like that, and it's not something evenly divisible by a V-sync or an H-sync, it might prove useful there.
Doesn't the Mega Mini have an extra timer?
I think it does. I think it has 1 or 2 extra timers.
Yeah, it's built into the one sound chip, if I remember correctly.
So we just need the real-time clock.
Very cool.
Anyway, it's a really cool project. I know the gimmicks used it extensively, used the DMA functions on the 609 because it was built right on the board, but they used it for no-halt floppy and hard drives. They used it. They had a RS-232 that buffered 256 bytes itself in hardware.
Yep.
And they used to use that to blast stuff across. So I mean, a gimmicks 2 megahertz ran so much faster than a Coco 3 does because it doesn't have all this overhead and it has all this extra hardware. And
Right.
DMA was a big part of that. And I know it ran just beautifully. So I'm looking forward to what can be done here. Just the windowing system itself there, telling it to move a 32 gig graphics screen and shift it up and down or left and right.
32 gig graphics screen? That's pretty impressive.
Hey.
Yeah.
Gig and mini bits is what I meant, but
clear your expectations.
So what's the Coco going to look like in about 20 years? I mean, are we going to be pushing?
Well, I have a really
kinds of
important, the important question to ask before one should even proceed with a project is this period correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of addressed that in my article.
DMA has been used on the 609 since 1979, so yes.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, sorry. You may proceed with your project now, Jim.
No, it's okay.
In fact, you can combine this with his drive plexer too there, so you can DMA off the floppy. So David's just frothing at the mouth now.
That's right.
Did you say he's flopping at the mouth?
But Verilog didn't exist back then, so I don't know, man.
I know. I have no doubt that
maybe you can use Palisam.
That's no. I don't have enough hours in the day to do that. So for right now, I think that is one of the nice things about, regardless of how you feel about period correct hardware, is one of the nice things about these programmable devices is it allows you to play around with a bunch of different options without having to rewire everything.
Oh, absolutely.
I think people secretly don't mind non-period correct hardware anyway, because the Coco SDC is not using period correct hardware. It's simulating period correct hardware, but if you want to get stringent about it, skip using your SDC.
Yeah. And I had, it was kind of took away from the main part of the article. So I wrote it and then I deleted it. But a number of years ago, that was the reason why I moved into this space with programmable hardware is I was doing everything with period correct chips. And the problem is the cost it was getting to add kind of the functionality that people wanted in some of the designs was getting to be a substantial portion of the cost of the product was just the chips and whatnot. And every time you add another chip, it's more costly to get it assembled and you got to source the chip and and then it's more things to go wrong. And there's just a whole bunch of follow-on knock-on effects. And the programmable devices brought the cost way down. You can, like if you have 4 or 5 chips on the board and they're 40 cents a piece, then, you're at $2 for just the chips. And one of these programmable devices is probably the same price, $2 or $3. The other nice thing is if you get the design done and then you realize at the end somebody calls up and says, oh, I noticed in this special circumstance when I'm playing this game on a full moon on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock,
especially on leap years.
That's right. On leap years, it does this weird thing, and you're like, oh my! And so you look at it and you figure out what's wrong. But then you got a whole bunch of these units out already, and so it's nice to be able to go in and say, I'll just tweak a little bit of this Verilog and get it working and whatnot. So I'm comfortable with it. I figure people want cheap products, and if they're absolutely all about period correct hardware, then there's other options out there for some of this stuff.
So in the future, we're going to fire up our Coco. It's going to come up with the green screen, but it's going to be the controller of many other chips functions, which will make a fast graphic screen with sound and wonderful things happening, even though it starts up as a 22K Coco.
I did point, it did come to my mind the other day to kind of where you're getting at is, everybody has to draw their line somewhere, right? Because I know a lot of people use the FPGA Coco derivatives, and I don't do a lot with them here because I kind of like having the real hardware there. But at what point does the real hardware become such an insignificant part of whatever it is that you call the Coco? And I'm sure there's myriad of answers and everybody draws their line differently or whatever, but I think that's going to become, we're going to see probably more of that where people are going to say, well, I'm I'm not interested in this piece of hardware because it pushes that line too far or whatnot. And so, I don't really have a great answer for that. My thing here was mainly of, can it be done at all? And I haven't quite even figured that out yet, so I'm still working on that. But once you've decided that it can be done, then the question is, how should it be implemented for the CoCo? And I think there's going to be people, unless you do, stuff that only existed in the 80s, you're going to have some folks who are going to say that's kind of cheating, or I don't know that I want to pollute my nice CoCo setup with that. Don't have the answer for that, but right now the nice thing is I just have to figure out whether it can be done.
Right.
Yeah. To me, it is period correct, because we did have DMA. I mean, the 609 was designed with DMA in mind, and it was used by the Gimmicks and the Smoke Signal Chieftain and a bunch of systems back in the day. So that's
true.
That's all period correct.
And I don't have any heartache over that. It's just the implementation. I think people have maybe a concern about it.
This to me is a way of showing that if Tandy didn't, miserly save every cent and penny they possibly could have, what could the CoCo have been with DMA built in, like PCs and stuff had?
Yeah.
What could you have done with it?
Yeah, having a DMA controller on the unit would definitely have. And I think everybody I've heard talking about 6809 assembly, it's always stack blasting and all these other things that were implemented to try and save time in getting data moved around, because you don't have a lot of the custom chips to do that work for you. DMA would have been a great custom chip or custom functionality to have on board from the very beginning.
And James Jones in chat says, I don't consider making up for the CoCo's deficiencies cheating. I have to totally agree with him.
Right. And then Jeremy Landry says, just be careful. Some people wanted to know if we could put pineapple on pizza, and the world has gone to hell ever since.
There's nothing wrong with pineapple on pizza.
And as far as this line goes, we're talking about, when I draw the line, I use one of those giant kindergarten crayons.
All right. All right.
We had somebody join us from the Land of the Dragon earlier, too. I didn't want to interrupt Jim because he was on such a good roll here. His name is Evan Mooney. He said, hello from a wet and windy Wales. That's the home of the dragon. Wales. Wheaton. Yeah, from a wet and windy Wales. So hello, Evan Mooney, to you. Earlier when you were talking about the pulses, I think Jeremy said... You can check the CoCo's pulse by putting your finger on its chip or something like that. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So every now and then we get into some actual serious discussions here on this show, completely unplanned. And it's always nice to mix things up with some relevant content. Are you going to be displaying any of this on CoCoFEST, or is this too soon to possibly have a tangible demonstration?
I'm hoping to have this working at CoCoFEST. I'm not sure. The problem with DMA is it's not a lot to show, right? So the real trick in DMA is to get something, that can be, like I've moved data around, but I need to find somebody that's kind of a graphics person or whatever to have some graphics to move around or some sound to do that. So
I would talk to maybe Ed or John Linville, because they've done their movie players that they've done before, and you could do this so much faster. You could bump up the frame rate, bump up the res.
Yeah, you're right.
That'd be a perfect demo.
But how about a real-time clock with the milliseconds at the end?
Yeah,
you could do a spinning Earth like they did on the Commodore.
That's true. So I think I do hope to have. We're kind of assuming facts not yet in evidence. So assuming it does work, then I'll have something at CoCoFEST to show its operation. As far as how cool it'll look, that's up yet to figure out.
Right.
Now you say that the 6502 has DMA, or they've done it with it.
So the 6502 does have a way to stop the CPU. However, unlike the 6809, the 6502 does not take itself off the bus, and so that was an issue with the 6502, which is why the VIC-20, for instance, and the PET and all the drives and whatnot, they had to go through a lot of work, because every one of the 80s home computers, including the CoCo, used a shared bus concept, right? Half the time is used by the video and half the time is used by the CPU. Well, that's a lot easier when your CPU gets itself off the bus for half the cycle. So the 6502 didn't do that, and so all the machines that had a shared bus like that they had to do some extra work on that. The 64, Commodore 64, uses a newer version of that chip. Of course, when your MOS Technologies and you're owned by Commodore, you can make your own chips to do whatever you want to do. So they built that bus functionality like that's in the 6809. They put that inside the chip, and so that's the reason DMA is possible on the Commodore 64 and the 128, but not on the VIC-20 or the PET. The PET doesn't have a expansion port like this, but the VIC-20 kind of does, and it's still not possible on the VIC. Atari, I don't know. Have not much knowledge about the Atari, and I don't believe that the TI can do it. So Apple, Mark would have to answer the question for the Apple. I think Apple does have DMA capability.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Any other product news for CoCoFest? I recall I put my name down on a list last year for
obviously trying to get things ready. It is coming up kind of quick though. So you guys were mentioning that whatever it is, the 21st or of April, and it's March tomorrow. So I gotta buckle down and get stuff ready.
We have a David Ladd sighting in live chat.
David Ladd.
All right, so.
Yeah, just read his comment out loud in David Ladd's voice in your head.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
He types like he sounds.
Hello, everyone.
Grease Weasel.
Brian Weasler has joined us. Hey, Brian. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Jim. And that's cool stuff on the horizon there. Did you have more news, Curtis? Curtis?
No, I specifically saved Jim up so we could go on as long as you needed to.
Right.
And that's the end of the news.
Yeah, Rob Inman was informing David that he missed the 8 floppy. Can we start all over again, Jim? Can you pull up some floppy porn for David since you just got here? Curtis, can you pull up that picture again of the 8-port floppy just for David? No? Okay.
No.
All right.
They can talk to each other in Discord later.
Okay. So we are going to take a commercial break. Then we'll be back with the Game On segment. Are we going to start off with you, Nick Marotta? Announcing
I think so.
The players.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So because I did not have the high score challenge video ready before I went live, I'm gonna have to fudge that one and just pull it over on one of my monitors and show it to you that way. It's not built into my thing to present
The top 10 video
cleanly. Yeah, the top 10 one. I'll still play it, but it's gonna be just a little bit wonky how I have to do it, which I apologize because this is a professional show.
Since when?
Yeah,
it's not going to blue screen us, is it?
I hope not. All right, so we got lots of different commercial breaks here. I spent all morning today reorganizing our commercial, so I'm gonna let you guys pick what commercial we want to see next. We could do the American version of the Coco 2. We could do the Breaking Up with 512K, Coco Forever. We could do Family Pleaser. The Family Pleaser back to back with the Joey joystick controller and TV games. We could do
the French
that one.
Fletcher. We
just
can
surprise us.
Coco Do.
Yeah.
It's a winner.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Coco Do. So we're going to do that. We're going to play a little Coco Do here for you. We're going to play us out.
Is that with the the matching Coco Thoughts?
You're just going to have to wait and see here, Nick.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Let me go ahead and share system sound again so you guys can hear it. And here we go. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with Game On. All right?
All right.
CoCoTALK will return after these messages.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il n'est pas bavard, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il en va ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre Coco est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Chaton, l'affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le Coco2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo2 de Radio Chaton, l'affaire est dans le sac. C'est moi et CoCo2.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a Coco won't do?
Hi, Ron Delvaux, Timberman, CoCoFEST, CoCoTALK.
RGB produces black and white video. One cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Hey, have you got your Coco 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the retro swag shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
Radio Shack's store-wide manager's red tag sale is on now. We've slashed prices 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Save on famous Radio Shack hi-fi, car stereo, radios, toys, TV games, calculators, walkie-talkies, and CB radios. Look for the big red tag. Save like never before on these and literally hundreds of red tag specials. Hurry into Radio Shack today.
Hi, this is Randy Kindig of the Floppy Days podcast. I just love me some Coco, and nobody covers it better than Steve Strobridge. You're listening to CoCoTALK.
All right, everybody, get ready for Game On. Part of the show where we talk about Coco games and news and our challenges and all kinds of other stuff going on this week.
Yeah. Yes, I heard you, Stevie. Thank you. Welcome to Coco, the Game On segment. Yeah, we had a great week. We played Draconian this week, and we had, I think, technically 20 players. I think Coco Man did submit a score.
You did, yeah. I did see the 40
okay,
points.
so, well, we didn't want to brag for him, but he did get 40 points. So yes, we had actually 20 official non-zero scores then, which is fantastic. So I'll just read through quickly the list of participants by alphabetical order, and then we'll see the scores. So this week we had Ben VR Drakes, Boat of Car from Amigos Retro Gaming, Bryza, Buck Owens, Coco Man, David Croker, Diego, Jacob Moore, Just Mike, L. Curtis Boyle, Lee, Mark B, Mr. Dave 6809, me, OG Stevie Stroh, Paul Shoemaker, Rob Inman, the Devil Bunny, also of Amigos Retro Gaming, Tom C, and Wayne CA. So if you could roll the top 10 there, Stevie.
Okay, give me just a second here. This is wow, these are $100,000 100,000 point scores and up, man. It was really loud. I couldn't hear you at all, Nick.
Weird. Yeah, we heard him fine.
150,000.
These are.
There's no sound.
Oh, that's because I don't have sharing on because I thought Nick was going to share. 206,000 Curtis, you son of a Canadian.
And that wasn't even in the top two.
Bryza, 207,000.
And number one is
Buck Owens, 2 weeks in a row, 208,110.
That's right, legendary country artist Buck Owens. And if you could,
dishonorable mention, Grant Leedy.
Yeah, Coco Man was tied with him for a bit, but
here's our challenge. Buck
Coco
Owens,
Man just edged him out.
Nick, you're not at the bottom.
Well, it was
what
number
about
10.
Coco Man's 40 points? Why is that not on there?
Yeah, it was a late entry. It was a late submission.
No one noticed.
Yeah. So
Thanks, Rob, for the video.
Special mention, Coco Man.
I'm sorry, what's this?
That was Rob's video. Rob barged in, so his video is the game playing.
Okay.
So I guess
So
go ahead.
So I do have a highlight I would like to show. Somebody sent in. Actually, it was legendary country artist Buck Owens sent in a video highlight of one of his games.
Okay.
It was not a high score run, but it's a pretty cool highlight. So I'm going to go ahead and show that.
You have the ability to share.
All right, share sound. Okay, and here we go. You guys see that?
Not yet. Now we do. Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
bleep.
Okay, so the alert's happening. Sector 4 is a pain. I think that's as high as I ever got.
And you can see on the radar on the right there that the dragons fall on them.
I want to play to the end because I like what he says at the end.
I probably shouldn't have got those guys.
But he did get them. Oh, check this out. This is way cool.
It's freezing up. Here we go. There it is. Ah, dragon, help, dragon.
Fire was going up his nostrils.
Oh, man. He has a couple.
Crap.
I like this part. Listen, hold on.
Now I don't get a high score. Nobody's going to see that.
But we did see it because you sent it in. So that actually expired. I think that's inspiring a new feature. If you have captured any interesting moments on video, could be a direct capture from the Coco or a phone pointing at your screen. If you've caught any interesting moments, let us know and we may feature them on the show.
Yeah, that was a cool moment. I've never come that close to,
that was
to
like,
dying at the end there.
That's as close of a shave as you can get without peeling off the skin, you know? Pretty cool.
Did I turn off sharing?
Yeah, I took care of that for you.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, Curtis, go ahead. What were you going to?
Well, I was going to say we want to try to encourage, people that we've been encouraging for tips and tricks, which we'll get into in a little second here too, but encouraging video clips or even screenshots of something odd that you might have caught during a game or something like that, or a clip from out of a video we made. It'd be nice to get those submitted in.
Yeah, weird glitches and things like that. Yeah.
What game is up for next week?
Oh, it hasn't been
We'll
announced
announce
yet.
that. We'll announce that in a bit. We're going to talk about this week's game first. So yeah, did anybody find anything interesting, tips, tricks wise, strategies?
I've got a few. I'll save myself for last again, and I keep making the mistake of actually posting these during the week when people are playing, because I'm trying to make it fair for people that maybe have not seen the game before and give them a few tips and tricks up front. But that kind of spoils this whole segment, so I think I'll stop doing that.
Okay.
Anyway, if anybody else wants to chime in for any tips and tricks that you guys figured out.
I have a question. If you've killed all of the, you've taken out all of the walls of the base and the guys are just floating there in space, and then you get killed, if you come back and remember kind of where in the map that was, are those guys still floating in space?
Yes,
are the astronauts still there?
Yep.
So does that mean there's a strategy that you could conceivably leave picking up the astronauts till last? Because one of the things I did find, to my frustration, is that if you have a ship full of astronauts and then you get killed, they all die along with you.
You lose the bonus opportunity.
Which means you don't get very many points for that level.
I think it was level 3. Which is the one where it's a big diamond shaped cluster in the center? Is that sector 3?
4, I think. Isn't it?
No, sector 3.
3 or 4.
Sector 3. It's like a big diamond shaped cluster of moon bases in the center of space stations, whatever they are. So yeah, I got to the point. Not that my score is any indication of this being a winning strategy, but I got to the point where I would shoot out the bases and I would try to leave all the astronauts because I could almost guarantee I was going to die at least once on sector 3. Also for me, if I died on sector 1 or sector 2, I hit the abort button and just started over because I wanted to have as many lives as possible going into Sector 3 and 4. I don't think I ever got past Sector 4. But because I died a lot on Sector 3, I did use that strategy. I tried not to pick up the spacemen until I got all the bases. And since they were so close together, it was pretty easy to kind of circle around and get them. It also seems like the dragon timer gets reset when you die.
It does.
Yeah.
So at that point, you have a lot of time to kind of go around and scoop up some spacemen. So I did try to do that, but my score doesn't really indicate that it was.
Now, you had to get to spacemen in order for the chute to open. Is that correct?
No, you just have to
Nope.
destroy all the space
You just have to destroy
stations.
the gun turrets.
Once you destroy all the stations, the
Interesting.
hatch opens, and then the spacemen are just really bonuses, you know.
Okay.
So it's the Stevie Stroh dying strategy.
Yes, absolutely. What is Wayne Campbell saying? I see that there is a time limit before the big dragon appears. You may not have enough time to pick them all up before he shows up. Yeah.
On later levels, you're guaranteed not to have enough time to pick them all up.
And that's why I think the general strategy is to try to get through, kind of like what you were saying, Steve, try to get through the first 4 levels without losing a ship, so you can get into the later levels with a maximum number of extra ships. Because for me, once I got to like level 6, I was losing a ship.
What joystick were
guaranteed.
you using, Paul? Were you using a deluxe joystick?
I started with the deluxe joystick and actually started to hurt after a while. So
Okay.
I switched over to the Black Beauty for the last score that I posted, and I thought that worked pretty well.
Yeah, I like the Black Beauty with this one too.
Yeah.
Especially with the metal stick. Oh, I love it.
Well, because you do a lot of looping around, right?
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
avoid the little dragons coming, and the Black Beauty just does that perfectly.
Yeah, it almost
I
seems
did
like
not
this
like-
game was written for the Black Beauty, you know?
Yeah.
I did not like a control pad with it. I tried using my Sega pad with it and did not like it at all. So
Now, who else has got tips? Rob Inman says the Sega Genesis gamepad worked best for him and helps
See,
with
I didn't
the
like it, but
diagonal.
that's
Okay,
to
yeah.
each their own.
Everybody's got their own preference for sure.
Well, I have one tip. If you only shoot one thing that's not like the space station or the spacemen over there, then you can achieve a low high score of 40 points.
Any other people have any tips or tricks to mention before I get into mine? Sounds like a big no.
I think the first tip should be is to only play when you've got about 5 minutes while you're making supper. That seems to work for Curtis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll give you some of my tips. Try to sweep the turrets, which are the things that are surrounding the base, which later fire on you starting at level 2. Try to do them when you're firing diagonally. I like some of the game pads I've seen were basically only, or even when you're playing keyboard, like Wayne Campbell was experiencing, it only lets you really shoot up, down, left, right. It doesn't do the diagonals. You absolutely need the diagonals to get to the later levels, and then you can kind of get into a thing like they were mentioning earlier here, where you can kind of sweep, and then if you time it right, you can actually shoot 3 turrets on those later ones with 5 of them. You can sweep shooting and actually take 3 of them out in like 1 second and completely clear the one side off. So once you get used to that, you can actually clear them pretty quick. I can usually get to level 4 or 5 before I have to start worrying about purposely dying to make it with all the astronauts intact. Second one I'll do is as you probably noticed, Stevie, when the little dragons are following you, they'll keep pace with you and just meander left and right.
Yeah.
Now, if the dragon starts to meander left, you can go to the right and you'll completely lose them off the screen, and he loses track of you, so you can escape them that way. Another tip, though, is that if you're flying diagonally, you outpace the dragon.
Ah.
So you watch him like drift behind you, and then he'll sidestep but go back a bit, and then he'll sidestep, go back, and eventually he's right off the screen. So if you continue going diagonally, you can outrun them. That doesn't work on the Draconian himself, obviously, but it does work on the small dragon. So that's another strategy to get away from them. And then the biggest tip I have, you get a free man every 50,000 points after the first one. So you get it at 60, 110, 160, 210, etc. On later levels, they're good.
I wouldn't know that, but anyway, keep going.
Well, you broke 50, didn't you?
I did. I broke 50, yes.
Yeah. So basically, on the later levels, when you start getting more and more astronauts that are available to you, you get 1,000 bonus points for each one, and you get 500 points for picking them up. So on later levels of like 24 astronauts, you can get 12,000 points just for picking them up, and you get another 24,000 when you complete the level. Well, that's almost a free man by itself. So the strategy on the later levels is basically go and shoot all of the turrets except one, because once you destroy all the turrets, it disappears off the radar map. Now, some of them like that zigzag along the middle or something, you can, or the diamond that Stevie was talking about, you can figure out where to go to get them afterwards. But on a lot of the levels you can't. You have absolutely no idea. So what I usually did was I would shoot all the turrets except one. That way it stays on the radar, but when you purposely die later on and then try to, go and get all the men for the level on your second try through your second man, is that it would leave them on the radar. You can find them, but it's very quick to destroy the turret.
Yeah, that becomes a one hit for each one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can kind of trace through them all. And basically you'll get like 36,000, 38,000, 40,000 points just doing that. And on your first level, you get points for shooting all the original turrets. And then you can also shoot the mines and the asteroids and everything else as well. So that basically, if you time it right on the later levels, you can basically get a free man for every man you lose. And as long as you don't dumbly die, like running into a dragon or something like that, you can actually keep the game going forever. Because that 50,000 points to a free man never stops. So if you shoot a lot of the other things and you can shoot all the turrets except the one, so you can keep track of them, you'll get enough points that when you die, you can then go back with your second guy, pick up every single human, kill the rest of the turrets off, get all your bonus points, and get your free man back. So basically, you haven't lost a man. And you can just keep going ad infinitum that way.
I'll have to remember that.
One of my local guys here, I think it was Chris Greer. He used to be the big Draconian King. His score was up near 1 million or something like that. So he did a lot better than any of us did. But that was a technique that he showed me way back in the day. And it actually took me a while to remember it this time around. But
any idea what level he would make it to for that?
Oh, he was up in the 20s or 30s or something, I think.
Jeez. So it is possible. It is possible to get far in this game.
Yeah, I think I made sector 9 or 8 or something on the last one I did. And I was literally like 3,000 points away from getting another free man, and I had it all keyed up. I was actually doing the secondary shooting of the turrets, and I was just about to the free man, and then I just stupidly ran into something.
Kind of a curiosity question. I know last week's game, a lot of people commented that the deluxe joystick seemed to work best, where you had the spring action to bring it back to center. Did anybody find any preference on the style of joystick that they prefer with this game?
A couple of us like the analog Black Beauty because you'd roll it.
Yep.
We had Rob who liked the Sega gamepad. So opinions vary.
Yeah, I did best with a Black Beauty, I think, too. Although I was using the John Strong Black Beauty, so it wasn't an actual Black Beauty, but it was, I call it a Black Beauty-esque controller. Still loosey-goosey.
Because I like rolling, especially like rolling away from the baby dragons or rolling around the.
And if you could do that roll to do the sweep where you can shoot 3 turrets, like just bing, bing, bing type thing, then it's handy having the free float for that as well.
So there you go. We need all kinds of controllers apparently.
So we had 20 people playing this week, which is up from 17 from last week, which is up from 11 from the previous week. So it looks like this is growing.
We're doing well.
People are having fun, and that's what it's all about. That's the hokey pokey right there. So
that is, and I mean, we're doing our best picking games, and even if it's a game you're not, just participate and just you have fun, and you never know. So
yeah, and we're also trying to introduce people to games they may never have tried back in the day. I mean, these have been fairly popular ones so far, but we'll be picking some oddball ones. Actually, by we I mean Nick. We'll be picking some oddball ones that maybe weren't as common back in the day that some people have not played. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah. So have we
have we beat that one to death?
Have we beat one? Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's time for you to announce the next week's game.
Okay, so due to popular request, we're doing a Coco 3 game, and we will pepper Coco 3 games through as well, because unlike the reputation I have, I do like the Coco 3. So next week our game will be
what will it be?
Gasp.
Malcolm Mortar.
Now this will be interesting. I could never figure out this game, so now I'm gonna have to make it happen.
We will post the instructions in Discord, and this does use the 2 buttons of a deluxe joystick if you have such a beast.
And it's much easier to play with 2 buttons than trying to play mixed with
Amazing World
keyboard.
of Malcolm Mortar, cracked by Patch Eye, licensed to Tandy.
Pay no attention to that line.
Yes.
Pay no attention to the software piracy.
Now, I will say, actually, Curtis, the games that we choose, you have gotten permission, right?
From Patch Eye?
We've been trying. Yeah, I
Trying
mean, obviously,
to?
this is.
Why does it say
no.
created by Mark W. Easter? This is a Greg Zumwalt game.
Mark Easter worked with Greg on designing some of the games. He worked on GFL Championship Football 2. He worked on Malcolm Mortar.
Okay.
But he wasn't a programmer. He was more of a design guy.
Okay, gotcha.
The point is not where you got the game. It's how high your score is.
That's it.
Yes. Some of us have the original cartridges.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just do what you got to do.
Yeah. But quite a few of the games, all the games we've been covering so far, and I don't know if we'll stick to this, but I've gotten permission from like 3 dozen authors that they're fine with their games being copied around. And that includes some stuff from Tandy, that includes stuff from third party. And in fact, there's a list of emails from some of them on my page. And then there was some that used to be on a website called Clear, which had some other releases from other people. Unfortunately, that website has since gone down, but I had a list of the people that actually had already authorized it on there. So there's quite a few games that they're free. We got hundreds literally to go through before we'd run out of ones.
Yeah, I did a video on this one. I figured out how to play it, and it's interesting. The idea is to block in all of the bad guys and trap them by putting brick walls. We're kind of like the game Quicks, where you have to like trap things into sections. So you got to trap the bad guys, and then you have to pick up gold blocks and other bricks and stuff. And then at some point in time, the exit opens, and you can leave the room to a new room.
Yeah, once basically you've blocked everything off from the main walkway that takes you to the exit, then you get this yellow brick road you have to follow to go out.
There you go.
And the thing with the bricks is there's 2 versions of the brick. There's a temporary brick, which when you first throw it, that's what it is. But the drillers can come and pop them out. You can blow them up yourself with dynamite if you put it in the wrong spot and you're going to trap yourself. And once you put a brick down and you want it to stay there, let's say you've got the monster locked off from the main path, then you have to hit the other button, I think, or the one of the key in the keyboard to force it into a permanent brick. And then that will stay there. And you have to pick up bricks to recharge your bricks, because as you use them, of course, you have less and less to use. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. It's an original game, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah.
That's good.
Once you get the hang of it, it's a lot of fun, actually. Like Rob was mentioning, if you don't have the directions or you haven't had a chance to really play with it, it's probably pretty frustrating because you can't figure out what the heck am I supposed to be doing. But once you get the hang of it, it's actually a very fun game. The levels get more challenging and larger as you go through. There's bonus levels too, where you actually face Malcolm Mortar himself.
Yeah, this is a Tandy cartridge. I believe the manuals for all the Tandy cartridges are on the Color Computer Archive.
Yeah, and
it is. We verified.
I'll put it in Discord as well in the high score.
Okay,
I'll put a link to it, or put it.
Oh, well, this should be fun.
So why is this cracked? What did it do to make it better? Or...
I think we're gonna move on from that.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about. We're not going to have piracy discussions on the air.
Yeah.
Well, why are we seeing it then?
Because that's just what he has to show off, because he's showing it off in VCC. So
I'm running in VCC.
He had to find a rogue copy that he could show in VCC.
Yes.
For illustrative purposes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Good job there, Nick Marotta. So everybody get your game on and start practicing now on the amazing world of Malcolm Mortar.
And again, I just want to say, if you have any videos or any images or anything that you want to share, or any games you want to consider for future consideration, just hit us up in the Discord or CoCoTALK at CoCoTALK.live.
There you go. Great.
And thank you guys for participating. This has been really fun.
Great way to.
I do want to make one other mention before we go on to the regular Game On segment. On the Discord for the Amigos, I mean, obviously Boat and Aaron have been involved playing games. We did get a first person that actually tried playing Draconian on MAME, I think it was, but he only got to try it this morning, and he didn't feel comfortable doing a score to it. But he did mention that he did try it, and that he's planning on possibly joining our official scores in the future.
Okay, so that brings the tally up to 21 there, Nick Marotta.
Oh, come on. CoCoMan submitted his score at 40. Yeah. Nobody should be ashamed.
Yeah. Was CoCoMan part of the 20, or is he?
He was part of 20, yes.
Okay.
I don't think he made the official top.
He submitted 2 scores. He had 0 and 40, so he's...
Yeah, we can't take 0, unfortunately. I think we'll have to make that a rule. It has to be at least a non-0.
Yeah, that's reserved for Grant Leedy. So
yeah. Well, Grant Leedy gets a 0.0. His is actually a real number. because he's real special.
And Nick Marentes is famous for putting up his imaginary numbers from Photoshop.
Imaginary.
It's a score. All I did was shoot an asteroid or something, and I got 40, and then I died.
Yeah. Hey,
So
maybe
that's a legit score.
We didn't laugh. We took it.
David Ladd is with us. Hello, David. David, do you copy? David Ladd, do you copy? All right. So you've got.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, David, are you by any chance enthusiastic or excited about being here today?
Oh, no.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, mellow David Ladd. Hello, everyone.
We're glad you're here.
We have a drive multiplexer on, and then he's toned down. I
We
just
thought you were feeling sick or something.
Yeah.
Meh.
Okay, well, how about we do this? Before we get to the second half of Game On, which is going to be some gaming news, how about we take a commercial break? And I have put together back-to-back OS 9 commercials for your viewing pleasure in honor of L. Curtis Boyle and Rob Inman. I have a couple of back-to-back OS 9 commercials, so we'll be back with more Game On after these words. Oh, let me share system sound so you guys can hear and enjoy this real quick, because this is really, you got to get the full effect here. All right, here we go. We'll be right back, folks.
And now, this message.
Hi, it's Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCoTALK show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation, Nitrous 9, is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hi, this is Max Jackson live from CoCoFEST. And listen to the real gamer, Steve Stroh.
We're traveling through a dimension both of sound and ideas. We're at a place where the mind can comprehend and devise a solar radio, a wireless transmitter, measure time and light. 65 electronic projects brought to reality with this science fair kit. Astonishing? Perhaps. But you can find it for Christmas for $17.95 in a place that's known as Radio Shack.
Radios, stereos, recorders, everything in sound.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hi, this is Sean Wheatley, and you're listening to CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
All right, and we're back for more Game On. Just when you couldn't get enough game awning, we're going to game on you some more. We're now back with Curtis Boyle and some gaming news from around the web. Take it away, Curtis Boyle.
As soon as you stop screen sharing, I will
have
do so.
Stop, sir.
Okay.
Professional.
Oh, yeah.
The show where you're always asking Stevie to stop.
Stop right there.
Stop right there.
I think we've got our new catchphrase for the show now. Okay, first off, Patrick Thomas, who's a very talented artist, especially with P-Mode 3 graphics here, put up a couple of concepts using P-Mode 3 with this color set that, a lot of us have not been particularly fond of. Hi, Nick Marentes. And he's got a couple of really good ones here. Like here's one he did for Pac-Land. And he did some modifications to it a little bit later on too. Let's see if I can find it here. And he's got some of the graphic shapes.
Oh, wow.
And then here he did some modifications to like the mountains in the background. Unfortunately, it's not zoomable, but
yeah, that looks pretty good.
And he said he's willing to do the graphics and stuff for it if somebody can write the code. He's not a coder per se.
Right.
And it's kind of like what Erico's done on the semi-graphic side. Now we got somebody who can do the P-Mode 3, Dragon, Coco 1 and 2 style graphics here too. And then he's got a second one he did too. Unfortunately, I can't zoom this in, but this is Ghosts and Goblins.
Interesting.
And just using the standard P-Mode 3 4-color palette. No palette tricks here. This will work on a Coco 1 and 2 just fine too. So if anybody wants to tackle doing a P-Mode 3 style game for the Coco 1, 2 Dragon, and it'll work on the Coco 3 as well, with the stock palettes, and want somebody that can really work with that palette set really well and give you some awesomely designed shapes and tiles and stuff, I think Patrick's your man.
There you go.
Okay, and here, Jay Cyril has uploaded his 4th vlog for his Farmville type game for the Coco 3. I won't play the whole thing, but you can see it's got some stuff like he's got
yeah, I like
some
that.
timers and stuff.
I like that angle.
Update number 4 for my isometric farm.
I don't know if you guys can hear his voice.
Make it a little louder.
And just want to start by giving an update on where I'm at with it and what's changed since the last video. So first thing I did after the last video was I did a bunch of code cleanup and organization. It's still not 100%, but it's more to where
I'll fast forward a little bit here.
That's different.
So he's got timers working in there now. You can kind of see it's running.
It's hard to say.
So it's counting through like real world time. So days will pass and crops will grow over time.
Yeah, he also, I think he renamed some of the crops a little bit. And,
tomato, melon, pumpkin, and wheat. Wheaten.
5 seconds later when it updates.
Wheel wheaten.
Cursor.
That looks good. I like the way it looks.
Plow this ground.
Here you're planting.
I also have it set up so that if you plow and don't put anything there, the next grow tick, you'll see that it will start growing grass. So that's the first grass texture.
Oh, neat.
And if we let this run, you'll see that that will grow in eventually to look just like the rest of these. So let's go over here and put some crops in so you can see what that looks like as they're cycling. So I'll put one of each crop here, assuming that I can get it done before my timer clicks over on me. We'll see. So there's some tomatoes.
Seth MacFarlane's a
There's
genius.
a melon. There's a
What's huge of wheat?
pumpkin.
This is just making me hungry,
And
but
there's some wheat. So we can sit and watch those grow. I'll take.
And does he have any
about half a
seeds for
minute
baby
so
back
you can
ribs?
see that you can see
I'm waiting for bacon seeds myself.
Yeah, bacon seeds.
Are we going to watch grass grow?
We literally are.
It took about
Just for you, Ron.
5 or 10 seconds to do it because, like I said, it's working. They're all growing off.
Plant some
Is the
weed,
sequel-
man.
Is the sequel game about watching paint dry?
No, the sequel one is where you actually make a salad.
if we keep to watching this, you'll
Or
see
toss
the
one.
situation. So that's,
Chet, you naughty
what
boy.
I'll call, life stage number 2 right
Healing
now.
Anyway,
That's
this is-
paint.
Prop.
It's coming
This
along
is-
pretty good, and he's got these little animations of the things growing, and he's got
Yeah.
the timers
Here
working
comes
and
life
stuff. So
stage
for
number
getting a
3.
Farmville style game on the
See that it
Coco,
changed to
he's
its
come along a
third
long way
stage
since
now.
last week.
Yep.
It's impressive.
And,
I like it.
We wait another.
And I believe this
Can
is
you-
his
5
first
seconds here?
real game project like this, so that's a pretty good
Guess we
start.
could've changed this number
Can you
to a
play
lower
this with
number,
your
but
agricultural Coco?
Be good enough for now, I guess.
You know, the old video text terminal? Probably not. This is
the
Coco
Ag
3 only.
Vision, right?
Oh.
Sorry.
Play this on the Ag Vision. That'd
Yeah.
be perfect, right? So.
Also, another
You have to
thing I
log in at
noticed,
300
I'm
baud and
getting
watch it that
some
way.
white dots
Yeah.
again.
Robert Murphy in the chat says, this is the prequel to Burger
Right.
Time. It's growing the
I'll have
lettuce.
to probably go dive in the code and figure
Yeah.
that out. If
That's
I run
good.
my cursor
Go
over
the cow.
they
Go
go
the cows.
away. So
Raise the
must have
cows.
something
Anyway,
to
it's
do
coming
with-
along really nicely. So I'm still actively watching his vlog. He's planning on trying to have it ready for the fest as part of the competition for the Coco Crew contest. So it's looking pretty good so far, and he made a lot of advancement in 1 week.
Yeah.
Next week we'll have Milk the Cow.
And just so you know, Curtis, the kids these days call those vlogs. They don't call them
Vlogs?
vlogs, yes. So
Actually, I think I did in my notes too.
okay.
Yeah, his fourth vlog for
Vlog.
Farmville type game. It's
I think
Farmville
that's the
for kids to
Canadian
call it.
pronunciation.
Oh, vlog. Vlog. Okay.
Vlog. Vlog or log, yeah. My loggerheads.
Vlog.
Next up, we have a couple of Jim Gary's entries for this week. And these are the ones he's been porting from his MC10 versions to the Coco for the Asimov Awards and for the 10-liner contest in some cases. So the two that he's got out this week, first one is Tut Tut, which is very loosely based on Tutankhamun. And of course, you know, old semi-graphics 4 type stuff. So I'll just skip ahead here. There's your score table. This is one where you have to go get treasures and you have to dodge the monsters, etc. We've kind of seen the MC10 version of it earlier, but
Okay.
the nice thing on the Coco 3 is, or even on the Coco 1 and 2 for that matter,
Okay, what is the green square?
entrance and exit, I think,
Okay.
are what the green squares are.
Okay.
XY is your animated
Yeah,
walking.
that's neat. That's neat. I like that. Now,
Now, I think he's still running these at single speed. And then one advantage we have over the MC10 is obviously we can do double speed pokes both in the Coco 1 and 2 for the ROMs and Coco 3 for the RAM and the ROM. So you could speed up some of these games and maybe get a bit more elaborate. I don't know if he's planning on doing that or not, but
so
the
is that the
possibility's definitely
key
there.
to unlock the door to get out, possibly?
Yeah, I think it might be. He's got some details on the instructions and stuff.
Okay,
later.
yeah. So now it says under keys, it's showing up there, right? So now there's a key. Okay, so maybe the picture of the door should change once it's been unlocked, you know. No, this is neat though. This is definitely in the style. He did one a while ago that was also like a Tutankhamun game. I remember playing that one a while ago. So this is a different one, but it's got. Oh, see now these guys are going up. Before they were only going side to side.
Yeah.
Now the bad guys are getting a little smarter.
And now you got doors too. You got blue doors and red doors, and you have to get the same colored key to unlock them. So.
Oh, that's evil.
So you just picked up the red keys.
So now
and I
you can
unlock.
see, okay, so even though the picture of the door doesn't change, you can at least see what color key you possess. So that's helpful. Okay.
Oh, I guess it's a movable
moving the
block, yeah.
block. Oh, that's actually helpful. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, I was going to say, would that work? But no, they're actually getting pretty smart.
It's a cool game. I wouldn't mind seeing a high res version of this done later on because actually the game concept's pretty good. It like it said, it's loosely based on Tutankhamun in a way, though mazes and stuff work. But there's a lot of different gameplay elements that Tutankhamun does not have. So
unfortunately, you have to expose yourself to danger to get some of these keys too.
I'm sure glad you added the words to danger there.
Yeah. Instead of just exposing yourself, huh? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So
anyway, it's a cool looking game. So you can try it out now for this MC10 and Coco versions of it. Maybe try with a double speed poke and see if that makes it a little bit too fast or not. Next one up from Jim Gary is his port of Maze of Argon, which was originally a Dick Smith VZ200 system, which I think, Nick, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that had a VDG in it too, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It was Z80 based, but it had the same video chip.
So the MC10 and Coco versions will actually look
at that
pretty well
line
exactly the same.
1000. Look how tight that line 1000 is. There's no spaces in it. So if peak 65535 equals 27, then h equals .75 colon pick post 65497 comes 0 colon go to 1000 to 10,002 else no space input. Can your computer handle double speed poke? Yes or no? A strings h equals 1. I mean, that's a lot of stuff in one line with no freaking spaces. You know what I mean?
And that's how you win 10-liner programming contests.
Yeah.
Have you seen Nick Marenti's source code for Waterfall? It's a lot like that. It's very compact.
Yeah. Not structured at all.
I needed
Nah,
some.
that's why it works.
Can you escape the maze in time?
I'm not saying it's bad, Nick. You're using the space very efficiently.
Oh, nice 3D. I love these 3D perspectives, especially in SG4. You know, I mean, that's saying something when you can do that in that low of a resolution. Wow.
The nice thing is too, it's a multi-level dungeon and stuff.
It's like Phantom Slayer.
Kinda.
Yeah. Nearest box is 7 blocks south, huh? Oh, so it's giving you clues. Oh, here's your WASD, and then
yeah.
Here we go.
Yes.
That'll be our next segment.
We do have a haiku for that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we can put that on right after I've done the game on segments. There's not a ton today, so. But it's a pretty interesting game. A nice 3D perspective and then multi-levels, and it's got energy packs you have to get and sonar so you can detect things and stuff. So it's not just your standard escape type game.
Yeah.
Now here the Amigos release their next episode, which is Super Pitfall. I will let you guys watch the video itself to find out what they thought of Super Pitfall. But I will play, like last week we mentioned that a viewer of theirs in Hawaii had sent them that one where they took the Radio Shack catalog and kind of made a wall hanging out of it.
Yeah.
This is part 2 of that, because actually they got sent 2 things by that same person. So I'll just play that little clip and then and let me know if the volume's okay on this.
With it, but yeah, that was something I wanted to put on the list, that's for sure.
Now, before we dive into Super Pitfall,
you've been tangling with something for like hours.
This is the all-time most difficult package to open on the air of all time. But
I've been watching while talking. It's been pretty funny.
I have cut the final parts of the tape.
Okay.
And we are ready for.
This is something.
Maybe we should start dressing up like John there, Stevie, and look more professional.
Yeah, I don't own a coat with patches on the elbows there.
We unwrapped a picture of
I love these guys'
the
banter.
ad that was blown up.
It was real nice, yeah.
And here we have actually blown up the patent for the Tandy color computer.
Look at that, and it's got everything, all the different angles. Oh, that's so clever.
The bottom grills and stuff.
I would have never thought to do that.
Yeah.
It's got the patent stuff up through here.
And this is
great.
This is a perfect thing because I never thought about this, but patents are all in the public domain, and so like thank you so much for taking the trouble of blowing this thing up. This is gonna now. We'll have to fight over who gets what.
Well, no, you can leave it. You can. It should be displayed as one piece. You can display it up here. It looks nice. Look at that. I saw a guy on LGR do some stuff with patents. That was sort of his gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's super clever. That's so nice.
Yeah.
That'll look great. You can put that right up there, and then you have it all in one nice display.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jonas. This is super, super cool. Now,
I would have never thought of
you
that.
want to take a guess at when this patent was filed?
78.
1983.
What's it for? Is this the Coco 2?
It's the Coco 2, I bet. It's got to be.
No, it's not. It's a full-size Coco.
Oh no, this was okay. It was filed in '80. It was granted in '83.
There you go.
That just shows you how slow the patent office is.
Pretty neat.
Pretty cool.
So somebody could have made a knockoff Coco in that time.
I think that's also for the case, not for the whole computer. It's just the case design.
Yeah, it might have been, but they filed in 1980 when the Coco 1 came out, obviously, and it was based on the old Agrivision video text terminal that came out earlier. But it took 3 years for it to get granted. By the time it came out, the Coco 2 was already coming.
Yeah, I know. That's wild.
Which is just kind of a sad state of what the patent office is like. Here we have an update from Evan Wright on his upcoming Monster Maze demo, which will be available on cartridge at CoCoFEST. So he's sped up some of the graphics and smoothed it out a little bit. This is based on the Spectrum ZX80, ZX80,
which is the cartridge that I'm hoping to have ready
3D Monster Maze
for CoCoFEST 2020.
This is the startup screen where you do the color calibration.
Evan's done some really neat projects.
And, I'm just gonna
Yeah, and he's actually taken the 3D Monster Maze and added some stuff that wasn't in the original. So this is a bit more.
Title screen.
That looks like an
advanced.
evil Barney.
Up the graphics, made it look a little less Barney-like. So the graphics have been improved, and the all the sprites have been cleaned up. There were some errors with the kind of walls and tiles being off by kind of like 1 pixel, but all the.
So from what he says there, I think the direction on the screen, like going northwest, east, south, that's not on the original ZX Spectrum version.
Okay.
And the mapping thing, I don't know if that was on the Spectrum version or not either. And he's got a cheat map here for his testing where you can see the whole thing at once.
Hang on.
Run, Rex is behind you.
Run away.
I have his Hunt the Wampus cartridge
Again,
too I bought
there's
last year.
messages that describe what the monster is up to, and those have been improved. There were some bugs in there that I fixed. And on this top-down view, the exit is right above me. It's always in a cul-de-sac that is placed into the maze. So I have to kind of go down and then up and around to get to the exit. So let me go back to the map mode. And you'll notice that the Rex lies in wait. That means that the monster is stuck. However, there is a counter now that keeps track of how long the monster has been stuck for. And if the monster gets stuck for too long, then the monster will be teleported somewhere else and it'll start hunting you again. So there's our portal out of the maze.
Oh, that's neat.
That. It used to be just a ladder. And
Yeah, and I don't think that was in the original version either. So he's starting to expand on the original concept. It's no longer just a clone for the Coco of the original ZX game.
This time. All right. And then it should go back to the maze.
Yeah, I think he does one where you actually
this time, it says. So yeah.
See if we can get one of him dying here.
There he is. There's Barney. Oh, the teeth are big. Oh, that's cool.
Okay, so retry maze.
Kind of a bird's eye view from in his stomach.
Yeah. You get a second chance to retry the same level.
Hey, it's coming along well, and he plans to have it released at the fest. So there's one of your new game announcements for the fest that will be available on cartridge.
Mm-hmm. Far out.
Next up, Rob's Retro Rambles. We've done some of his Dragon 32 games before. So this one here is called Eddie Steady Go. And it's actually a sequel to the other one featuring Eddie, which we've played before in here, called Backtracks. If you remember that top view 3D walking thing.
Yeah.
The gameplay on this is utterly and completely different. And he was quite frustrated at the beginning because he couldn't get past the first level for about 10 minutes. So I'll play his little intro.
Is this the lava lamp guy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I like him.
So I'll play the little intro and also show you the loading screen, which he hadn't really seen before. And then I'll skip ahead to where he actually kind of has figured out the game so you can get an idea of the gameplay a bit better without, watching a lot of frustration.
Hello, you. This is Eddie Steady Go, or will be once I get it loaded. Clode M. Press play. Fingers crossed. Oh, blimey, this is another big one. This is 3 minutes 37. Oh my God, what am I going to talk to you about for 3.5 minutes? Oh,
I like his
dear,
presentation
oh
too.
dear. Well, let's just. Is it doing something? Is it doing?
I love that
yes,
TV.
It's doing something. We're going to get a loading screen. Blimey. Crikey, oh, blimey, O'Reilly, oh, flip.
See, part of it is the accent,
Steady
right?
Go.
That's what,
Incentive software. This is
This
a
is
sequel
a minute and a half of the 3 minutes just
Backtrack,
loading up this
apparently.
screen, but that's
Like,
cool.
Whoa, okay. And seeing as Backtrack was so lovely, this is on the list to play next. So, yeah, I've no idea. I don't want to spoil it. That 3D effect in Backtrack.
So we could have
absolutely
sent
lovely.
high-res
I hope I'm
graphics
not
over the
setting myself
modem
up for a fall,
then,
and
really,
this
get this
is
coming at this baud rate,
difficult
right?
second album.
Yeah, this is
terrible.
1500 baud, so if you had 2400 baud, one would be faster than this,
We
actually.
ain't got no body. Right, we appear to be eating apples and chucking apple cores behind us, I think that's meant to mean. Or are we jumping and we're about to headbutt an apple? There's a brick wall to go into. It looks like a mountain range. Oh, is something dropping apples? Eddie Steady Go seems to be zooming along and there's an apple. And is that a bird there? And it's going to be dropping apples on it? I don't know. And meteorite on the left? Avalanche maybe down the mountainside. I don't know. It's boulder of some kind.
Anyway, I'll skip by his trying to learn how to play the game until we get to where you can actually kind of see it being played.
What the hell is going on here with this game?
but that doesn't help me because yeah, keyboard's not really working too well here, is it? So
There's a bunch of levels and screens you have to go through.
Okay, so you got to jump and grab that apple.
The apple's bonus points. You don't have to get those.
Okay.
Right. The bloody walls.
Section 2.
The hunchback thinking is coming back to me thinking of Castle Top on the...
yeah, this would frustrate the hell out of me.
That was on the Atari, wasn't it?
I gotta be dropping a few colorful metaphors on this one.
Where somehow I managed to flukily make it.
Isn't that most games, Stevie?
Yes.
Definitely getting that vibe here.
Ah, nice.
Right.
Yeah, trying to go for that apple is just suicide.
Okay. And... Aha! That's how you do level 2 then. How nightmarish is section 3 going to be? There's 22.
Oh my goodness.
It's
They said there's 22 sections.
Yeah.
So you want?
And they get quite different, like this one. This is
yeah.
Quite
This is kind of like a
two.
demon seed.
Ooh. And that's it. Okay then.
Just avoid the birds and get to the other side, huh? Okay.
Okay, so what's some screens not as difficult as
so this is kind of Moon Patrol-ish here.
Definitely getting the boulders Boy vibe now.
scene.
Okay.
Neat. I like this.
1985.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of varied gameplay depending on the level, so I wouldn't mind trying this one out.
Because that really... Okay.
This is kind of like a Canyon Climber with the arrow, you know?
Damn it. I've got to get it 2 then before it... Ooh, and then run for it. Right, there we go. Dare I say I'm getting the hang of this? No, I don't. I'm not going to say that. You didn't hear nothing. What the?
Oh, now the balls are coming from behind.
Flippin' heck.
Oh, you can't fall, huh? You got to jump across.
Thank you.
Are you out of lives?
Oh, that was fair.
Yep.
Right. Well, I'm going to leave in a huff then if you're going to be
Eddie,
like
steady,
that.
go. That's neat.
That's Eddie Steady.
Yeah, it's not one I remember seeing a video of before, so that's a new one to me. But that's one we might have to consider with the GameON challenge if we check and make sure it works in the Coco as well.
Or just run it at next roar.
Yeah, or do that. And from what he was saying earlier on, it's keyboard or joystick. You get to pick which method you want to use to control it. So with joystick, it should work in the Coco 1 and 2.
Far out. Oh.
And last but not least, we've got the new teaser video from Nick for Gunstar.
Does that mean you
with
have
a typical
to be,
aged Coco player on the right there?
Does this mean only old men need apply to play this game here?
That's right. I liked Ron's comment. He says, "His joystick cable's cut." And I replied, "That's probably why he's not getting a good score."
Yeah, don't tell Grandpa. This keeps him busy. It keeps him happy.
That's all right. It passes the time.
That'll probably help Stevie's score.
Yeah. So he's still stuck on level 1. A day in the life of Stevie.
Just play a track mode all day.
And you can see Richard Lubieski's comment. He's rooting for the aliens.
Yeah. So yeah, just another plug for Gunstar coming soon.
Very nice.
And actually, Nick surprised me this morning with an extra graphic.
Well,
teaser,
yes. Okay, I'll
which
let you
I
go.
will let Nick explain. I'll just switch the picture. Nick, you take it away.
Well, I have now set an official date for release, being March 14th of March, and then this March at 2 p.m. on CoCoTALK. So not next week's episode, but the weeks after is when I'll open the doors. And Gunstar will be available.
Open a door. Just open
I like the cover art.
Yeah.
So I'll probably upload it to Facebook later today. But yeah, it's just to promote the that show that we'll have on CoCoTALK, where basically I have a bit of a video to show that talks a bit about Gunstar, and then we can have a bit of a Q&A. You know, people can ask me questions about the game.
And people will be able to order it online, right?
Well, it'll be available for ordering online from that time. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
And as a digital download or a physical package, if I remember correctly.
That's the plan. Yeah. $10 download or a $20 CD with the color artwork and
I don't mind if you permit it, but have some physical copies at CoCoFEST this year, so people want to pick them up, they can. You know.
Yeah. I guess that is possible. So we'll see. We'll get the thing online first.
Yep.
And we can decide on because these are not being manufactured by me like I did with Popstar Pilot. That was a lot of work.
Right.
And postage from Australia to the US. I mean that was costing me $10 just for postage, let alone, you know, paying for material costs. So I figured that I'll go with that company that you went with, Steve, Kunaki, whereby they have a shop whereby you can just go on there and say, I want to order it. They will manufacture it there and then and post it out from within the US to anywhere in the world.
You do Popstar like that now, don't you? Because when I ordered Popstar, it came from the US.
Yeah. So it's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do it the other way. And they create a pretty good job. It's a very good quality. Yeah. So I'm happy with that. And it's just a matter of seeing whether I can get like a drop shipment of them made.
Oh, you can. It only takes about a week. I've done that every fest. I'll just about a week before is all it takes to ship some out, and you can have it go straight to the hotel.
Yeah. Or to someone. Yeah,
that'd be a great idea for impulse buyers for sure.
Yeah. But at this stage, I'll just get it up available for people because that'll be on that show from that 14th of March. They can start ordering.
Very cool.
So if any of you guys have any questions on the development about the game itself, you know, why does it need a 6309?
Will we be able to show off any? Will we be able to show off any gameplay, or just going to be just a pre-recorded video?
It's probably a pre-recorded video, and I figured we won't bother with. I'll let people when they buy it to have a bit of a play on it.
That way,
but the video will show.
Yeah,
it'll show a bit of the game there, and we can talk about it and go from there. So I don't want it to be a full gameplay thing.
Right.
I'll let people play it when they buy it. So
have you cleared out room for another Lamborghini yet?
Yeah, well, not a room. I've got my top drawer is free, so I can fit a Lamborghini in there along with the other two Ferraris.
All right.
Yeah, I was thinking you should change your ceiling to have like a retractable ceiling. That way they can just fly over a helicopter with large buckets of money and just have it drop into your house. So
yeah. Theoretically.
Nick Diamond Marentes.
Yeah, right.
Well, I would just like to say thank you for the honor of having this be a premiere on our show. So thank you for.
So it'll be the premiere.
So everybody watching this live and everybody that watches the video and podcast versions of it later, have your questions for Nick ready for the 14th of March when we'll have a live Q&A with Nick.
The first question should be, where do I send my money?
So there'll be a website going up as well. So it'll have all the information there. And just to stress for people with wanting to buy it, this does need a Coco 3 with a 512K memory expansion and a 6309. So this is a 6309 game. No 6309, it won't run.
Right, which can be done in MAME.
And BCC.
Yeah, it does run in the emulators. That's right. When you turn on 6309 support, it does run in that. But just so that someone with a normal 128K Coco 3 doesn't buy it and wonder why it doesn't work.
Now, you have some bonus content with it too if you order the physical package, correct?
Should I mention that or should I just leave it as a bit of a surprise?
Totally up to you.
Wait for the premiere.
I think we'll wait for the premiere. The premiere. We'll do it all on the premiere. So at this stage,
so we'll just tease there is bonus content. You'll hear about it on the 14th of March.
This is just promoting the event so that people are aware of it, but it'll be on CoCoTALK in 2 weeks' time.
Okay. I have one question I want to ask before we wait for the 14th.
Oh, some people just can't wait. Go on.
I know, eh?
That bit of source code listing in the lower left corner, does that have any cheat codes or anything in it I could use?
No, it doesn't. It is from the game, but they're not that part there. No.
Ah, darn. Okay, that's all I have.
Just type crikey, and I'm sure it'll do something.
Don't tell them.
If we have any viewers that normally can't participate live and listen to the recorded version of our show, if they did have a question, could they present that somewhere or email it to one of our addresses?
Yeah, they can drop it in Discord or in like the CoCoTALK lobby.
That's right. Yeah.
Or you could email it to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk Live. Thanks, Brian, for.
Well, it'll be available on the Facebook page as well as in the link, so they can now ask questions on the Facebook page as well. And
we'll queue them up for the official release.
Yeah, and there should be one or more people at CoCoFEST who could do an upgrade. So if you're coming to CoCoFEST and you bring your Coco 3, Mark Marlette of Cloud9 should be able to do 6309 upgrades. Hopefully Richard Lorbieski of Voice on Technology will be able to do that. I'm not sure if Tom C will be there or if Jim Brain would offer that service, but there should be one or more people at CoCoFEST to give you an upgrade while you're there.
Does Mark Overholzer offer that service? I can't remember.
I don't know if he has in the past.
I think he can do it, but whether he's set up to do it on on Fest Day, I don't know. But
you can almost guarantee Mark Marlette will be able to do it at bare minimum.
Yeah,
6309 upgrade. I highly recommend it. So it's a very low cost upgrade. The hardest part being, of course, being able to unsolder your 6809. That's the hardest thing. It doesn't cost much, but it is hard. If you've never done that sort of thing before. But I do highly recommend it. And the CoCoFEST is a great place to just take your Coco with you and get it done at the fest.
Right. You can get memory upgrades while you're there too if you don't have 512.
Yeah, well, you can get other things as well. But
512 really is a minimum these days.
Yeah, 512. Now, Gunstar doesn't use all 512, but it does use more than 128. So Coco 3s generally are only 128 or 512. So when I say it's a 512 game, it doesn't mean it's actually a full 512.
Right.
It's around 300K actually. So, but yeah, nowadays 512K is pretty well the norm.
There's lots of games, and well, Nitrous 9.2 is highly recommended for 512, but a lot of games require
programs. I think Gunstar is officially the second 6309 game, or
Spider Hyper was by Roger Taylor was the first.
By Roger Taylor was done a while
quite
back.
a few years ago now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but I think Gunstar is probably the first one to really use it, and hopefully it will show.
Nice.
Yep. And I will mention as well, of course, because I have to promote my own stuff, that if you get the 6309 upgrade at the Fest, and then you get the 6309 version of Nitrous 9 Ease of Use, a lot of it runs a lot faster than the 6809 version. In fact, if you've seen some of the side-by-side videos like Stevie was mentioning on the OS9 commercial earlier, there you can see the speed difference the 6309 can bring. And Nitrous 9's been in development for 20 years using the 6309, so there's a lot of optimizations in there.
Yeah, those updates allow Nitrous 9 to suck twice as fast.
For those of you playing at home, Curtis mentioned Nitrous 9, so take a drink.
Yeah, I'm already half plastered right now. So.
Well, make OS 9
take it easy, guys. I gotta fly.
All right, take care.
Okay. Yes, OS 9 will crash twice as fast, but Nitrous 9 will run twice as fast.
There you go.
Well,
it's pretty stable, I have to say, right now. So
yeah.
Let's have the CoCoTALK seal of approval.
Yes.
Well, I think so. Yeah.
At any rate, that was the closeout for the Game On segment. Nick and I kind of saved that last one here just for the tail end of the segment there. To
the artwork is really cool. I like that. The artwork.
Will it be released next year on OS 9 too?
And ROM cartridge, no less. Yeah.
Well, once that DMA chip thing's done there and I can speed all the graphics up, we might try it.
or when the Gimme X comes out.
Yeah, if it has some acceleration too. Yeah.
Because that's got 3 megahertz, so that could be done then.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll probably be doing some other project by then anyway. No time to go back to Gunstar.
And I should also mention just briefly here that the screenshots that he's got here, he's got 3 of the levels shown. One of them is the third level he's got showing in the level editor. Does the game come with the level editor?
No, that was showing one of the tools I was using in developing the levels. So the top right's the level editor, and the bottom left, of course, is some of the code.
Now, would you recommend a digital stick with this, Nick?
Yes. It depends on what you're used to. I'm used to a digital stick, but yeah, Curtis, he's got it plays with anything.
Yeah, I'm old school. It works fine with a deluxe joystick, you young whippersnappers.
Get off my lawn.
If you can't play it on a Black Beauty, I shouldn't play it at all.
So yeah, it does play with a Black Beauty or a deluxe or whatever. It does ideally need 2 buttons, but it will work using the space bar as the extra button, or if you hold the button down for a sec or so, it functions as a second button.
Oh, is that your
So,
super shot?
Yeah. So
Sort of smart
either
bomb
way,
type thing, yeah.
whatever joystick you've got, whether you've got a deluxe or single button deluxe or a dual button, single button Black Beauty or a dual button deluxe, or no joystick at all. Actually, you do still need a joystick to move the ship, but it will work on either of those other joysticks. Yeah.
I will say it does work with a 2-button mouse, but the gameplay really sucks.
Oh yeah, it's a bit hard. It's a fast action game, so
yeah,
you're going to wear your mouse out before you get much of a score.
Anyway, that's it for Game On. So
That's awesome, Nick.
Thank you, Nick, for the exclusive on the 14th of March. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's nice to see we have a hard date for the release, and
we have a hard date.
Yeah, and I'm definitely going to be picking up my copy. So there's one sale right there.
Oh, look, Ron's already got it. Look at that. The pirate copy's already getting out.
If you guys want a copy, I'll hook you up.
Oh, yo ho, the
If the
pirates
price
like
is right.
All right. Well, thank you, Nick Marentes, for that update, and thanks for allowing that premiere to happen here. Are we done with Game On?
Yes, we are. I did see there's a message from Jason Reigert saying, please let my phone in. Did somebody do that already? Or
Jason?
No, they haven't. I was just doing that back channel, but okay.
Okay. You're on
Stevie.
now. Yes.
Oh, is Coco Ben talking?
Not anymore.
Let's mention the haiku just because I really am grateful for Ben for submitting it.
Yes. Hold on one second. I have to find it.
So I'll give you a little backstory while you're looking for it. So basically, we had a discussion in Discord about the WASD keys being used in reference to a main VCC and that sort of thing, and we're talking about how WASDs become sort of the standard for games. And I just posted a random comment in Discord about that, and funnily enough, the Ben noticed the rhyming pattern fit that of a haiku, and because we had such creative talent in the community, he ran with it and created a nice little image out of it.
So why don't you go ahead and read it for us, since I have it up on the screen now.
So I'll give you a dramatic reading. Oh, it's not on my screen more. Okay, I've got it here. Every Windows game, it started with Doom, I think. Maybe Wolfenstein.
All right.
Started getting into David Ladd type voice.
The only thing missing is the background, the Japanese music to go with it.
Oh yeah, we need to get something like that.
You can imagine, but we'll get that going.
Yes.
So anyway, thanks, Ben. That made me laugh. And it just shows the creativity we have within our community. It's just amazing.
Robert Murphy says this sounds like another Coco thoughts in the making here, right? So Coco haikus, Coco coos,
cuckoos,
haikus.
Sure to be another popular segment on CoCoTALK.
Absolutely. Ben Drake says, awesome. Read by the master, Nico himself.
Oh, jeez.
I want to get Robert Murphy
You guys
on
are
the
gonna
show. Robert, we
make
want
it
you
go.
to join us, sir. You are an interesting guy. I want to hear from Robert Murphy. He's in the live chat. We're grateful that you're here, though. Do we have? We're going to take a commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to get into project updates and acquisitions, and then we'll wrap it up and get into the caboose. In preparation for that, does anybody have anything they want to show off this week or talk about?
Gunstar cracked by Rondo.
Okay.
That's our game of the week next week.
Yeah, game of the week.
Yeah, I didn't get to be snarky enough this time, so I probably should have been coding.
Okay. Brian Riesler, have you got anything to show off this week?
I got a couple items I could share. Yes.
Okay, and I do have one thing too that I got actually from Dave of Dave and Sharon that I'll show off too. All right, so we're going to take a commercial break and then we'll be back with project updates and acquisitions. I'm just trying to figure out which commercial I want to run here right now. Let's see. I think we are going to do. We haven't done Fletcher yet, have we?
Oh, I don't think so.
No,
we have not.
It is
There's
not
always room for
It is
Fletcher.
not an episode of Coco Talk without a Fletcher commercial. So we're going to run some Fletcher, and we'll be back after Fletcher.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing Coco Talk every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTalk.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Rolzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right!
This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronic store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggereth like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
And we're back. We're playing Daggerath like that idiot from the book. All right, so we're at that part of the show now that we call updates, if I can spell that right, updates and acquisitions. How do you spell it? Is it ACQUISITIONSEIEI? I'd like to buy a vowel, please.
Correct.
Yes, I'd like to buy a vowel. I'd like to solve the puzzle, please.
Can you define that, please?
Can you use it in a sentence? Yeah, we'll try to do that, Nico. All right. So this is the show and tell part of the show where we talk about if we worked on anything this week, if we picked up anything this week, and so on. So I believe one of the first people that said he had something to show off was Brian Weasler.
There we go. Sorry, I had to unmute myself there. Kind of a little spin-off from the commercial break there. I, too, picked up myself a Joey.
Oh.
So I selected the red switch there. So I do have a couple printers I want to get set up, and yeah, this will come in handy for that. So
it's kind of
yeah,
like
nice job. Nice job he did on it.
Kind of like the Ed Snyder keyboard comes in your choice with certain color switches here, right? So
could you tell us the serial number on that?
I do not have the Premier serial numbers. I have the second running of those there. So
okay.
Mostly what I have is ROM cartridges. That's kind of been my focus lately. Again, trying to get a complete collection of all the different carts and stuff. So just one was kind of interesting observation. I picked up another math bingo, but then I noticed that and Steve, you kind of alluded to this and kind of got me spinning off into another one. Is the different labels that are available. So you got the math bingo with kind of the angled
the variations
label
on the labels, yeah.
And then you got this one here, and then they all say math bingo on the front. This is the third one. So it says the math bingo, but if you notice on the bottom, it's the white label,
it says
and
bingo
it's
math.
Bingo math. So I thought that was kind of a little interesting.
That one
there.
puts more of an emphasis on the bingo part and less on the math part, apparently.
On
right?
the math, yes. So that was one there that I thought was kind of interesting there. And so far, that's the only one that I have that I have three different versions. Some of them is just the two different versions, like a white label and and then kind of like the more of the colored label. So as example, here's one that I just got. It's Dungeons of Daggereth.
Yes.
And one of them is red, but then this would be the white label version
one,
of it.
yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yep. So recently got that one. Also here, Panic. Got this one here last week here. So got that one there. So, and then everybody's favorite gameplay. Gotta get some Math Tutor.
Oh, Math Tutor. Did you have a blast with it?
I did have a blast with it. Yes, I did. Learned a few things I didn't pick up from school. So
I bet you did.
And then two more that I got. One that seems to get a lot of sour talk though. But anyway, what collection would not be complete without RoboCop?
RoboCop.
So,
RoboCop, I didn't mind so much. Predator was the really bad one.
Predator, is that the bad one there?
I bought
and then
RoboCop back in the day.
This one got a lot of interesting talk. I actually kind of posted the question, and it seems to be kind of a rare one, or at least if it is out there, not a lot of people are selling them. But it was the 7-card stud.
Yes, that is somewhat uncommon.
Yep, and so I did. There's actually, well, at the time there was 4 of them out there on eBay. I was able to work with one of the sellers there and got this one for I'll just say a more reasonable price than the other ones that are out there. There's a pair of them out there where the person is asking $439.
Yeah, that's a little insane. But I think that one, the original packaging was like a full height book in a kind of blister pack that encased the book and the cartridge.
Nice.
And they are. I hate to use the word rare because it's just so douchey, and everybody on eBay does it. But they are. It is a less common cartridge that you will see in the online auctions. And so, if you are a collector, like anything else, you want to try to have as many things as you can. I have seen them sell for extremely ridiculous prices. I don't think those prices are justified, but yeah, neat.
I did reach out to the seller though that was selling the one for $439, and him and I had kind of a little bit of a back discussion on eBay, and I don't know where he got his information, but he said that this is one of the top 5 in demand of game cartridges, and so I'm not sure what sort of list is out there that would rank cartridges, but I don't know. That was his comment to justify his price.
I think it's top
And
five.
here's the actual manual too, if you guys want to see what the actual
so it's
size
not a
is.
full size one. I thought it was a
No.
bigger one. I thought it was a taller, like 8.5 by 11 or something.
It's bigger than the later ones, as you can see here. Like here's
Okay.
what our
Okay.
featured game actually.
All right. And how's the actual game? Other than being uncommon, is it a good game, or is it kind of like Dragonfire, where it's got a lot of hype but it kind of blows?
Well, I have not played it yet though, but I don't know. Maybe Curtis can speak to it if he's taking a swing.
It's not a bad game. It's not like spectacular or anything, but if you're into the card games like that, then it's fun.
And then one additional piece along that, I did download from the archive the actual manual, because all I was able to attain was just the cartridge itself.
Okay.
And so the PDF version that was out there, messing around with some settings on the printer, I was able to actually get a pretty decent printout of it.
Yeah.
To where on the paper it was able to print out correctly. And what I mean by correctly is that it printed out. I don't know if I can show this or not, but it printed out so it's flat like this.
Yeah, like a booklet.
And then I was able to staple it in the middle and then fold it over.
That's a pretty good reproduction.
Yeah, so it printed out rather well. I had to play with some settings, to get it the printer to do the orientation, of the pages in the right order. So because actually, on this side would be page 1, but it would be the last page.
Yeah.
That's next to it there. So, and then the paper cutter that I had was one of those, that you
like the guillotine looking thing.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, on the block.
It's like it was kind of jaggedy.
Okay.
So I'm gonna. Where I drop off a lot of my UPS packages, it's a UPS store, so they offer printing services and such. I'm going to print this out, but I brought this there with them, and they said they would charge me $2 to cut them.
Okay.
And so,
if you
I'm not going to do that.
They'll cut it for you.
They would cut it, and you can bring up to a stack up to 2 inches what their cutter will take. So
that's what she said.
so what I was going to do for some of them that I just have not been able to attain manuals for, I may go ahead and print out a series of different manuals, take a whole stack in there, and $2, have them lop it off for me, and I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spin this off into a big discussion though, but I mean, from a collecting standpoint, you'd want to have the original manuals, but for a personal use, I think it's okay to print these out and put these in, put them into a box and everything, right?
And there are also reproduction cases too. So Tim Lindner has the silver boxes where you can. It's a generic Radio Shack silver box case. So if you want to complete your collection, it's not like you're trying to sell it as original, new in box and scam somebody, right?
Correct.
So if you're doing it for yourself,
I think that would be wrong.
Yeah. Then that's perfectly. Yeah, that's
so.
Cool,
Yeah,
man.
so it's been kind of fun. There's a couple different lists out there. I'm going to try to work with some folks. I know Paul started a list. I got another list from another gentleman. I forgive me, I've drawn a blank on his name, but I want to try to combine all those into one, like an Excel of some sort, a complete list of all the Tandy cartridges. I have not been able to find a list that at least seems to be 100% complete. So
including the different labels and all.
Yeah, the different labels. I even thought about trying to maybe take some pictures and expand it to not only have the title, the part number, but then maybe even a little snapshot of the end. So example, kind of going back to the beginning with the math bingo, and then maybe have a snapshot on the spreadsheet showing each one of the 3 labels there. Just to, I don't know, I might do that more for my own personal, but maybe go ahead and share it out there. Some other people might find it helpful too.
Sure.
Very cool. Anyone else have an update or acquisition they would like to share? A story they'd like to share? Anyone?
Well, I have a dumb one.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. Are you going to share? Do I need to stop sharing so you can share something?
No, I can't do that.
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
All right. And here it is right here. I don't know if you can see it.
Not yet. There we go. Okay, now we do.
Okay. You're seeing 3 of my Tandy 1000 machines on a table.
Show us your Tandys. Yeah.
About 3 days ago, I look in my observatory there, and on the other side, I have a table just like that. And I thought to myself, geez, I would really like another table just like that for the other side because it gives me a little bit more room, right? So what do? I go to my church's, they had like a garage sale, yard sale. I go there, and in the free pile was this table for free.
Wow.
2 days after
Wow.
I thought to myself, boy, I'd like another table like that. Bam! Got the table, brought it home, hooked it up. Awesome, right? That's
God
it.
was listening.
That's for sure. That's my share today.
Very cool. Mr. Dave is asking, are we going to preview his project? I mean, yes, I don't have it queued up, but I think I can find it pretty quickly unless you just reposted it in Discord. Gunstar. Pirated Gunstar. So I can see if it's in Discord real quick.
$10.
Did I get a new? Okay, here we go. We have a new update from Mr. Dave, I think. Okay, so how about we do that? We're going to show off an update from Mr. Dave 6809, and this is straight from Discord. So for those, is this it, or is this just a picture? Oh, that's not the video. There was a video that Mr. Dave posted recently of his stuff. Of course, now I can't find it. So
look at all the cool content in Discord. For those
Yeah.
of you who are not on there, you should join us.
Yep. I don't know if it's in news or if it's in CoCoTALK. Lot here. Is this it here, Mr. Dave? Such a nice orange. So I don't know if this is a video. Okay, now I have to bring it over here. Okay, so this is like a Coco 2 that, holy crap. I hate it when my computer does this. Hold on one second.
What did it do?
I have this weird mouse button that screws things up. Okay, so here's a picture. Extended Color Basic 1.1 CPU 6309. Right, copyright 2020 by Tandy and our license. Thanks, CoCoTALK. So there's a picture of Dave's computer, and he's got this keyboard set up here on a Coco 2 that's painted black with these backlit keys. So I think he's got some videos he's posted too, which of course I can't find because I'd have to dig them up. But here's a cool picture of this Coco project that Mr. Dave 6809 of Dave and Sharon fame has been working on, and I think that's so cool, just having this rainbow colored keyboard on a real Coco. I
wish we could see the Coco. Can you back off a little?
Yeah.
Nope,
Well,
can't
it's
see
black. It's kind of hard to see because it's black. But this is, there's the frame. It's a Coco 2. It's a Darth Vader painted Coco 2, right? With a black keyboard. So you can kind of see the name badge here. But yeah, the lighting is not conducive to seeing the whole Coco. So I'm not sure if that's what you wanted me to show, Mr. Dave, but I think that's the best I can do on short notice right now.
Good.
I do have something.
We need to have him on to discuss the project, actually,
Yes.
I think.
I do have a real quick thing that I can show off, and this even includes a hand. And man, the packing on here, I'm sorry for all the noise, but so a little handwritten note from Mr. Dave. He sent me some memory, because that Coco I picked up for $15. What camera am I looking at here? So this is 64K of RAM that I can put into that. When I say I, not me, but somebody who knows how to solder and desolder. But I have new RAM to fix the $15 64K Coco 2 I got that has a bad RAM chip. And so
Nice.
Mr. Dave sent that to me. And so it's 2 chips that should replace all 8 of those. So in the note he writes, hey, Stevie, here are the RAM chips. They are 64K by 4-bit each and can replace all 8 of your old chips. Good luck. Keep up the great work on the show. Dave. All right. Thank you, Dave, for that. So
Well, just bring it to the CoCoFest with you.
I'm flying.
We'll fix you
I'm
up.
flying. Speaking of that, so just as far as maybe an announcement for me in CoCoFest, I am going to try to show off an updated version of my Kabam game that I started and haven't really touched in far too long. So I work well under pressure. So I figure since it's basically we're going into March, I'll basically have a month and a half to work on it. I'm flying. I'm bringing a suitcase and an overhead bag. So I'm thinking the only thing I'm going to be able to bring is going to be my white Coco 1 Coco VGA. I'm not sure I can squeeze a Coco on one side of my suitcase and a flat panel VGA on the other. I'm not sure. I'll test that. But just in case, I'm putting out an early call for somebody who maybe is traveling to bring a spare VGA flat panel for me to plug into my Coco VGA.
Got you covered, Stevie.
Okay. So as a backup,
Yep. Let me know whatever you need. I can bring all sorts of hardware.
So like if
whatever you
it's
need.
one of those 17 FPs with the sound bar, that would be perfect because I can sit that right on top of the Coco. As far as size and weight and stuff. Actually they're kind of heavy, but yeah. Anyways, whatever you got. Beggars can't be choosers here, but.
Yeah. Let's talk. I'll help you out.
Okay.
My time has ended. Bye, guys.
All right, Ron.
Have
Both hands on the hips with the misses.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Those hips don't lie.
All right. Thanks for being here.
That's 2
Ron.
hands on the hips plus a stern look at this point, I think.
Thank you for being here, Ron. We appreciate you. Somebody did mention before that we lost the feed in YouTube for a minute, but it looks like it's back. Yeah, Dave says there was a video further back, but I'm just way too befuddled to find it or to look for it for that matter. Anybody else got an update or something to share? Anyone?
I cleaned the case this week. The top case.
Yeah, you were asking the question about Calgon or whatever it was. The palm olive. You're soaking in it, right? So
yeah, I soaked it in. I soaked it in a mixture of boiling water, and then I added vinegar to it. Let it cool off a bit. Blue Dawn, and then soaked the keyboard, and it came. It's not the keyboard. Soaked the top case, and it came out nice.
Okay. Very, very cool. Anyone else have anything to share? Anyone?
I feel like a restorer now.
Anyone? Okay. Well, then how about we do this? We are going to go ahead and we're going to play the outro. And then we'll come back for the caboose with some parting thoughts. Looks like Jason is escaping law enforcement there. Jason, do you have any dead bodies in bubble wrap in your back seat today?
I have bubble wrap, no dead bodies. And everyone is safe and sound. No one's wrapped in any bubble wrap.
Okay. And that's Sarah?
Yes, Sarah. What's up, Sarah?
Sarah, we were concerned for your safety last week, and we saw a large bubble wrapped undescript thing in the back seat there. So it looked like it could have been anything.
He puts that on me before we get in the car because every time I get out of the car, I bump something. So, and I end up with a new bruise.
Okay.
Now, Sarah, don't forget the safe word. Are you in trouble? Or are you okay?
Safety first.
The safe word's banana.
Banana, that's right.
All right. Okay.
That was a good show today, guys.
Oh, well, thank you. That was completely unintentional, but we like it when that happens. All right, so let's go ahead and play the outro, and then we'll be back.
Okay. I will see you guys later. I've got to get back to work, so you guys do the caboose without me, and I'll catch you later.
What a loser.
Yeah, we'll see your amazing Malcolm score later on tonight.
All right, loser. Get back to work, loser. All right, thanks, Curtis.
Later, guys.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Different-Daffer for making my head explode.
Please help support the Coco community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
The CoCoTALK train wreck is over, and we welcome you to the last surviving car. Join us in Zoom for CoCoTALK Caboose, a recap of today's show. CoCoTALK Caboose starts now.
All right. Well, welcome back to the Coco Caboose.
The caboose is loose.
I like that video. That was cool, Rob.
Woo woo!
So, where are you off to, Jason?
Off to dinner.
Yeah.
Off to dinner at a good restaurant, not a lousy restaurant like last week.
I don't know. I really like your reviews. I want you to pick a crappy one.
Yeah, it should take over an hour for a pulled pork sandwich. What can I say?
Rob Inman brings the pro to production value. Rob's given us a lot of just gold content, pure gold, platinum hits.
Doing my best. Just don't let me near the audio mixing.
I don't know what happened last week, but it happened and we got through it. You guys did a hell of a job. We got through another week too. It's hard to imagine, but we're all still here. We still got people. We got 27 people in YouTube still, 32 adding Facebook and
it's fun.
Other pay-per-view services. Robert
it's like a
Murphy
user
is
group
still here. It is.
It's like a user group. It's like a group of friends.
You know what I was thinking about when you guys were talking about CoCoFEST, that human connection. And I think CoCoTALK is to CoCoFEST what pornography is to real sex, right? So, CoCoTALK is the next best thing.
Okay, after dark.
it's the next best thing to being with real people, right? So
yeah.
Quite an analogy, Stevie.
Hey, listen, I came up with that one just recently, so Chet looks confused.
It's a form of Coco self-love.
It's the online equivalent of a human experience, right? So
all right,
whatever. It wasn't meant to be filthy. It was meant to be an analogy. So, anywho,
well, I mean, it makes the hobby a lot more fun. I mean, if we just had our Cocos in isolation, I'm sure we'd enjoy them.
Considering the coronavirus that's out there, we might want to put our Cocos in isolation.
I've thrown out all of my Coronas right into the.
Well, like Alan Huffman said earlier, just to have people, around you that understand what your passions and you can share them with, and it puts on a whole other level.
There you go.
At the moment, I'm passionate about Brian's room there. That's a really neat Coco setup you've got there. You've been doing some house renovating by the looks of it, or Coco room renovations. Brian, I think you're muted.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of my that's my area there where I keep all my collection or most of my collection, and that's where I use my Cocos. Yep.
Brian, you should rent out your room on Airbnb just to Coco people, so we could just kind of play with your setup.
Now, Brian, I forgot last week you said you were going to introduce some cartridges, and then we didn't have time. Were those the ones you did today, or were there other ones?
No, that was it. Yep, those are the ones that. Yeah.
So I was watching the replay. I was watching the replay, and you said I had some cartridges to show, and I was like, "Oh, we didn't have time." So
yeah, no, I had to break away yesterday. I kind of ran out of, or last week I had ran out of time, so
yeah,
I had to step away. So no worries.
So
I think that's a great segment idea for the show, Coco renovation.
Like this old house, this old Coco, right? So
there's got to be catalogs. there's got to be employee catalog, like store catalogs or something, to have all the games listed, like by part number and stuff.
Well,
that information has to be out there.
The Color Computer Archive's got to be a great starting point because all the ROMs are there and all the manuals are there. All the
Are they all there?
Well, put it this way. We don't know if that's all of them, but that's a great place to start.
Because I assume that's Brian's concern, is they're not all there. Like
Okay.
He wants.
Well, how would you know what doesn't exist if you don't know it exists? That's like
Welcome
a haiku
to philosophy.
Right there. Yes, that's a haiku right there.
Another Coco Thoughts deep thought there.
Deep thoughts.
So
there are the known unknowns. That is the things that we know we don't know. Then there are the unknown unknowns. Those are the things that we don't even know, that we know nothing about. And so this presents a real problem.
Anyway, I've got to bail, guys.
All right, on that note, we just lost
for
Nick
me.
Moretti, so
Did you say Nick Moretti?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Nick, your
Yeah.
crikey's much better than the lava guys. Like you're always like the best crikey guy.
Am I?
Yeah,
Crikey.
the other one's no substitute. You are Mr. Crikey.
Mr. Crikey.
Mr. Crikey. We got that going for us.
Okay, then.
Nick,
I'll
thanks for
see
being
you
here.
later. Okay, bye.
All right. So do we have any parting thoughts? Do you think we did a good job plugging CoCoFest this week?
Yeah, I do.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think you guys did a bad job last week either, but you know, if not knowing what to go with. We have more information this week too with the public list of the speakers.
I mean, last week we were dealing with the chaos of the sound
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
So things were a little bit of.
No, but
sorry, Rob.
I finished listening. I finished listening to the whole show, and the show was great. I mean, as it always is, it's as good as it's same as it ever was, right? So,
So as you saw last week,
the dates.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we had the countdown clock.
Did we? We have a countdown clock. Yeah.
Well,
so
I put one up anyway.
Yeah, I think if maybe it was a few weeks ago, maybe it was Marco Verholzer who says maybe we aren't doing as good a job as we can in trying to plug CoCoFest. So we want to make sure that we continue that, and then the favorite moments from CoCoFest gone past and reasons to go. It's a great weekend. It's a great geek out time for a weekend. My suggestion, if your travel plans allow for it, is try to get there on a Friday because there are Friday night hangouts. There's Friday night dinners. Saturday and Sunday is the official fest weekend time, and then the show ends like around 5 p.m. Sunday. There's an unofficial after show dinner on Sunday. So I've made my plans where I try to arrive on a Friday afternoon or evening. I'm there all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and then I fly home Monday or drive home Monday, whatever the case may be. So I plan on it being a 4-day weekend, and not everybody's schedule or budget or work allows that, but try to do that if you can to get the most out of it. I think Rick Adams, the first time he went, he flew out Sunday, so he missed the after show dinner, and he's like, oh, I wish I knew, so I want to try to make sure we get that out there.
Get the most for your CoCoFest dollar.
Yeah. And we actually started kind of our own little tradition. A few of us, it was a Friday night thing. I think Paul Fiscarelli found the place, but it was that Fire and Wine place in Chicago. And it's a great food, great, good quality, nice upscale place, good ambiance, and great food, decent prices, beer, wine, soda, Diet Dr. Pepper.
Soda.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Soda from Minnesota.
Soda. Yeah.
Excellent service. Yeah, the staff there is great. So
Yeah.
I've been very pleased the times we've been there. It's been a great time.
So that's becoming our kind of unofficial, official Friday night tradition now, is to get some of the coconuts together for that meal.
Is Sarah going with you this year, Jason?
No.
I thought she was.
Ken can make it.
Ken,
my brother Ken.
Oh, not Sarah can make it. Oh.
No, I'm free for a weekend.
Woohoo! We'll talk.
Yeah. Trips to Portella's are in order, Yeah, so I know the I know the Go ahead, sorry.
Get the chocolate cake shake at Portello.
Yes. Oh my. I know the Coco crew is offering a prize where with you, if you do the project, they're going to take you out to a nice dinner. we'll offer you a consolation prize where you can buy your own meal and join us at Portella at your own expense. Everybody's invited. You can be a complete underachiever and still join us. So.
No, Jason, bring them to that Burger King where they ran out of onion rings and fries.
Oh, that was in Pittsburgh. So yeah, yeah, we don't have any onion rings and fries. Do you want mozzarella sticks instead? Well, it's one of those hard decisions.
That's it's a tough consolation right
I don't
there.
know. I've got a Kentucky Fried Chicken over here that keeps running out of chicken.
That's unfortunate.
7 o'clock at night, they're out of chicken. They're trying to cook more.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and why is it that when you go to Little Caesars and it's supposed to be hot and ready, it's never ready? Why do these people not have pizzas ready for you to take out?
Who are these people?
Yes. It's
excellent.
Never ready.
Oh my God. Ken Macon said you had one job. Ken said you had one job, Colonel.
Yeah, you inbred hick.
Oh my God.
It's all those 17 secret herbs and spices.
Yes. Cool. All right. Parting thoughts. Anything else anything that we haven't said already that we need to say now?
What are the dates for CoCoFEST?
Oh,
April.
Hey, Jason, let's split up. I'll go left.
I'll go left.
It is April 18th and 19th in the year of 2020 of our Lord. Yes, so April 18th
Wow,
and 19th.
you're so formal.
Holiday Inn, Elk Grove Village, Illinois.
Holiday.
Motel, Holiday Inn.
That's right. If your girl
Don't wait
starts
another
acting
40
up,
years.
Don't wait another 40 years. That's right. Yeah.
There's only one 40th anniversary, and it's this year.
Yeah. If you ever needed a reason to come to CoCoFEST, do it. Do it. Just do it.
You got other great things to do in the off hours. The lobby talk, the Galloping Ghost, the local Goodwill.
Yeah. Bring your
Hey,
own
you could
beer.
find a deal there. You never know.
I think they have a bar at this one too, right? Is there a bar and lounge there? Because wasn't this where VCF was the year before?
There is. This is the one that VCF was at when Grant and I stopped by. While we were in town for VCF last year. I believe it does have a bar. So
okay, so that's
a bonus.
That's a bonus right there. Yeah, alcohol.
No herring though.
No herring.
And Grant Levy is always streaming.
I'm sure you'll find some.
Someone going to bring some type of bird that you can touch on the way in. I don't know. Do we have like a lawn ornament?
I think
or something?
we can get David Ladd to dress up like Big Bird.
I'm sure when you guys are together, you'll find lots of things to touch.
You can rub David's beak. All right. Steve Rasmussen is here. That's
legendary country entertainer Buck Owens.
Yeah,
yes.
All right.
Buck Owens is legendary.
All right, and Mark Bosley, you're going to be there. Brian Weasley, you'll be there again, right? So.
Yep.
I think the only people that aren't going to be here on the panel right now would be Chet and Nick Marotta, but the rest of us will be there, so it'll be good.
Nick Marotta.
I assume we'll be manning.
Nick Marotta is Nick Marotta won't be there 3 times.
No.
Yes, this will be the 3rd time I miss it. That I joined you guys. No, I don't know if.
Nick, is there anything that we can do to help, or you just can't?
No, just logistics are it's just too.
We're just gonna have to go across the border, kidnap them, and bring them over.
What's that?
We should get them the finest Greyhound bus ticket available.
Spare no expense.
I appreciate I've gotten lots of people saying they wish I could go, and I appreciate that a lot.
Right. Well, you'll be with
really
us
good
on
friends.
Zoom. You'll be with us on Zoom. You'll be with us in spirit.
That's right. And apparently a big head. A big inflatable head.
Yeah, that might be. Maybe we can do like a Macy's parade, and we can have a giant balloon float of Nick Marotta hovering above the event. That might be kind of cool, right? So.
Oh my God!
Do we have time to get the cardboard cut out?
There'll be a mishap.
Yes.
We could just get a generic cardboard cutout and put a monitor where the head should be, and we can just swap that out for Nick Marotta, Nick Marentes, whomever.
How about Nick's picture right above the urinal, so you never forget?
You could give me Arnold Schwarzenegger's body then.
You guys remember that episode of The Big Bang Theory where Sheldon didn't want to come out of his room, and so he had that robot with the screen moving around the apartment and different things like that.
That's actually a conference tool.
Yes.
Those steerable
Nick,
robots.
I can carry you around on my iPad like on FaceTime.
Virtual Maroda.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, we make up like a Stephen Hawking's chair and put a iPad in there, and make that remote control. Nick can drive himself around with a speech sound pack for the voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marodabot.
Yeah, when you guys started talking about all the stuff you were going to do to the Coco to add the DMAs and add the memories and add the Gimme X's, it's almost like the Coco is becoming V'ger, right? It's just going to be bigger than it ever was. One day it'll become self-aware.
Oh, here comes the train.
Uh-oh. I hear that train a-coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. That's how we start and end our shows now. The train leaves the station and then the train wrecks. So there you go.
Woo.
All right. So have we beat this one to death? Is there anything else we need to talk about?
Push the button, Frank.
All right, so possibility of doing a live playthrough of Malcolm Amazing World of Malcolm. Blah, say that. Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar. Possibility of doing that live tonight?
Possibility of
sure.
TV food coma?
Yeah, that's a guarantee. Food coma's guaranteed.
Do you know what guarantee means?
Do you know what guarantee means? Yes.
Guarantee.
All right.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Well, thank you, everybody who's been here in the live chat. Steve Rasmussen and Nick Maroda, Robert Murphy, and Mark B, and Ben Drakes, and Ken Reichert. And Sarah has been here. Sarah's been here. Retro Innovations. Thank you, Jim Brain. Amigos Retro Gaming stopped by. Dave and Sharon were here.
Oh.
Mark B. Who else was in the live chat today? Mark B. Al Hartman from Jersey. Ken Reichert. Mr. James Diffendaffer was here. Dave and Sharon. All kinds of people been here in the chat. Thanks, guys, for tuning in every week. We appreciate you being here. Thanks, guys, on the panel. Still with us on the panel, Rob Inman. Thank you, Rob, for all your stellar content, your commercials and segues and all kinds of good stuff. Chet Simpson, thanks for being here, as always.
Yep.
Nick Maroda. Yeah, no thanks
Whoa!
to you.
Whoa! You build me up, you knock me down.
Brian Weasler.
Hey, we're offline.
Are we offline?
Yeah, your the Zoom like froze up over there, and YouTube shows we're offline now.
No, it just came back. It's really weird.
Yep, there it is.
Good.
It's really
that
weird,
wasn't meant to err. See?
Yeah.
Okay,
Karma.
you can do it again.
Karma.
Yeah,
Nope.
So my.
It's lost moment.
All right. So yes. So Brian Weasler, thanks for being here. Mark B. For Jason Reichert. Police officers pulling you over. You know what the police officer said to Jason Reichert? He said, "Stop right there." All right.
Why won't that soundboard crash?
I don't know. But we are pressing the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Drink your Ovaltine.